gonna touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rising sunset, never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
Okay, let me go ahead and get everything switched. I do apologize with that. So, with OBS, there's what's called monitoring your audio, and basically that means the audio in OBS itself plays on my headset. And so most of the stuff like the game audio and all that, I'm hearing on the desktop. So like you hear it, I hear it, everybody hears it. But the problem I'm running into, and this happened yesterday too, and I had fixed it after stream. And I think I know what's causing the problem. I just need to figure out why it's causing it. But basically what ends up happening is you want to turn on your monitoring your audio for stuff. So like with that music, when it's getting to like the wind down when it's over, I have to try and follow the equalizer. I have no, like, because like lyrics wise, I have no idea when I'm getting close to the end. So that's the reason we had like the awkward pause as like waiting to watch to see if the monitor was done. So I gotta fix that. But unfortunately, it's those things. It's a lot of like changing audio settings, and I don't want to do it on stream because that'll blow up people's ears and all that. But yeah, so it happened yesterday. So what is happening is OBS has a protection where, let's say, I have the monitor turned on OBS, and I say, okay, I want to hear this audio. But then I also have OBS where it can hear OBS playing that audio. OBS will actually mute the sound across itself so you don't get an echo. So it's protecting you from yourself. And I think that's what's triggering. I don't know why it's triggering or why we'd be getting the echo that would trigger that. But that's the thing. But it's just that intro. The intro and outro tracks are the only ones that are doing it. Like all the rest of the sound is working totally fine. With all that said, the first thing I would do is say, like, welcome in everyone who's popped in so far. We got Burning Sun, we got Darkstrider, we got Sentient Cookies, Darkstrider grabbing the first, and all that good stuff. We got a whole bunch of people popping in to lurk and all that kind of stuff, so thank you so much for doing all that. The plan for today is going to be popping back into our colony in RimWorld. We got a good colony going. It's been fun. It is a very, very slow-moving colony. We've had a couple of juicy raids, but generally have handled them mostly by throwing refugees between us and them. It is what it is. I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but you know it is. You know, strategically what we were doing to survive. All that said, it's been going pretty well. We are slowly growing. I think we're up to 5 colonists now. So that's good. I do think for the second half of the stream, we'll definitely be switching off of something that isn't RimWorld. So that switch happens at 9 EST. So that's ish. That's like 4+ hours from now and all that. Very sad Monday. Hope everyone had a good. You kicked off very good. Still Monday. Maybe who are in Tuesday. Yeah. Actually, so I'm adjusting to doing the intro, or I'm like leaving the music up and not talking through there, because previously in that music spot I would be doing the intro, and then once it's over I'd have to redo the intro again because that's when people were showing up, kind of thing. And I'm like the only one I know who does that, and it is absolutely just repeating yourself. So I was like, okay, I really should just leave that time as like, these are the 5 minutes for me to go and start the stream here, and start the stream on YouTube, and start the stream on TikTok, and I need to put all the chats in the right place, and like all those things that I can't do ahead of stream, that they don't happen until I push go live, and I'm actually secretly doing 1 or 2 of those things that I just forgot till I mentioned them. I still need to get all those things combined. Yeah, fix all the things that got broken by Windows Update. I think I mentioned it yesterday. I think it was the day before yesterday. I had mentioned it, that there was like, at TwitchCon, you had most of the vendors on the floor at TwitchCon were targeted towards content creators. So by all means, if you ever want to go to TwitchCon as a viewer, that can be fun to go meet the streamers you're interested in, all that. But like 95% of the vendors are completely irrelevant for you, unless you intend on streaming. They do have a couple of games there that might be interesting, but usually I've heard from them, they're not going to offer you too much new information. You have a couple of hardware vendors, but again, mostly targeted towards streamers. There's like, I think Alienware was there, and like I think Sony had their gaming line of computers there, but otherwise like all the vendors were like streaming oriented. So it really is targeted towards streamers. But they had a bunch of software they were offering. And there's stuff like analytics, which I have one I've been talking about, which is Stream B, which I really like, which we won't go into that right now. But there was one of them that was for like helping manage stuff as like a stream bot kind of thing, but like like stream bot but more. And I wasn't particularly interested in the product, but one of their primary features that they're like, this is a feature we have that no one else has that you really want, was just when you set it up, you could set up to know what audio devices you wanted to do what, and when Windows Update would update, it would set your audio devices back to what they're supposed to be in OBS. That was a primary feature they were offering. And the worst thing is a lot of people are like going, yeah, I'd really like that feature, actually. Which, for the record, it is an OBS problem that is triggered by Windows Update. Hey, Bentley. What feature? It's just a feature that sets your audio devices back to what they're supposed to be after a Windows update. So what ends up happening, for those who don't know, OBS has a thing when an audio device becomes unavailable, it just resets itself to whatever. Usually like your default inputs and all that. And so what happens is when you update drivers or do Windows Update, like, it temporarily will, like, drop the audio device and put it back kind of thing, because you're getting, like, the latest version of the software type deal. And when it does that, OBS just goes, it just blows out all your settings. Even after the, device comes back, which is the thing I have a problem with. I'm okay with if I open it up and the device is unavailable. Either one, it gives me a prompt that says, hey, I couldn't find this audio device, I'm setting it back to default. Fair enough. My audio device is unavailable, I understand. There's no point in being set to that. But it's the fact that even if I have it where Windows Update runs, OBS is not open, and it updates it, disables the device, re-enables the device, and then I open up OBS and it's just like, meh, default device. That screwed me so many times. I cannot explain how many times I have been screwed by that. Where I start the stream, and all the audio is broken. It's like, oh no. It's to the point I've memorized, like, everywhere I have to go to, like, click to run through the process real fast, because it happens so often. It's like twice a month, because you have your security update on, I think, the last Tuesday of the month, and you have, like, your regular feature stuff update on the first Tuesday of the month, or something like that. No, I think it's second Tuesday and last Tuesday of the month is when you get your Windows updates. Anyways, with all that, we're going to be getting back into RimWorld. The plan for today's stream is we're going to start with RimWorld. I do think the second half of the stream we're deliberately going to not play RimWorld, just because we've been playing a lot of RimWorld, and I want to make sure we are doing variety on the channel. I don't know what that is going to be. We'll probably put up to poll per usual. I need to come up with more games on the list. I have like 10 things that are outstanding things I want to do. I want to go ahead and get the next list of games that we're considering to play on the channel. I do know Coral Island will be coming back early-ish mid-November when 1.0 drops. I will be in for that. We'll go a little hard on that for a little while. So I do know the people who are not into the slice of life. Sorry, but I am. So we'll have that. I don't have any new release games that are immediately on my radar. Like, that's the one I want to check out. There's been a lot dropping. Like, Ark dropped their update and a lot of those. But unfortunately, so you have some survival games that are very well targeted for one person to play and just enjoy by themselves. And then you have ones that are very much oriented towards community play. And those are excellent. They're both excellent things. But with all that said, like Ark dropping, that one is really meant for you to play with others. Like, that's the draw to that game. So for me, it's like, okay, I could play this, but playing this solo wouldn't be that much fun. At least that's the way it implies. So I haven't had too many games that popped out. I did look at the new Lord of the Rings game looked interesting. I wasn't fortunate enough to get a key, and I've already bought a couple games that are pretty pricey lately. And honestly, of the games I have bought with the consideration of streaming, not one of them has actually worked out that well. Like, to the point that I bought the game and there wasn't a noticeable change that, kind of made up for it, so it's kind of just an expense. Benny's saying, if I could, I would never run a Windows Update. I don't use bank accounts, work stuff. Time to time, Windows Update breaks stuff for me. I actually would still strongly recommend getting your Windows updated stuff because you have your video drivers that half the time when a new game comes out, it will not work unless you update your drivers and that kind of stuff. You will have all sorts of things, like you'll run into processors will have updates that go for them too. You'll have your audio devices have updates for them too. A lot of times your Windows updates also include optimization and functionality increases. So it is kind of one of those things. I know a lot of people like, oh shucks, those updates. They're inconvenient, they're annoying, but at the same time, if you don't update, it also has its own basket of worms and all that. Yeah, so Codename Insanity. Yeah, it's only OBS that I run into that. And it's usually when you're dealing with a setup in OBS that isn't your default devices. So for, like, on this stream, I have one channel that goes to the stream, and one channel that goes to stream in the VOD, because that how it works on Twitch. So I have my music, I only go to the stream, it doesn't go to the VOD, even though I do use DMCA safe music, it still so often gets misflagged. And I used to challenge it, and then they'd clear the flag, but it's, like, the effort you put into challenging, it's like, I could be more productive doing other things than fighting back against DMCA nonsense. So I've just split the audio and called it a day. But yeah. Hey, Claria Star. Anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and hop in here. Ignore that one, that's what I've been messing with. I say I've been messing with that. I'll pop in here for like 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then get distracted, and I won't do anything more in it. Yeah. But yeah, so generally you do want to keep your stuff up to date. And I know sometimes updates cause problems, but that is kind of the thing. So what we've got going on is we've got our 5 people who are actually part of our colony. So all of these are kids that we have had in this colony ourselves. That's kind of the gist of this run. Slowly, Moonwitch is taking over responsibility for growing the crops and cooking the food, so Ichitenma can be available for doing research. Limes is right... Oh, yeah, what did we have you do? You just aged up, right? Ah, Limes is now helping with the mining and all that. And I've got Sentient Cookie, who's our brand new one, who can only haul and clean. So the downside is because they do have to spend a lot of time learning, each one of these is kind of like having half to a quarter of a pawn so far as their effort, because they're learning all the time as opposed to working. The amount of drawings on the floor are getting completely unreasonable now that I'm looking at it. What is happening in this room? But all that said, and Worm here is just a guest. We have to keep their mood up, and we've actually been having them just pray to the tree pretty much all day, every day, and it's been working out pretty well. But that's the reason why we have the idle colonist. Our research is in horrifically bad shape. We have unlocked only 3 types of research. We are on year 3. So we're at a rate of about 1 research per year. And honestly, one of the ways we've been surviving is we've started leaning on traps because we just don't have a melee pawn. I've only got 2 okay-ish combat pawns. I also need to take you back off handling so that you go back to getting steel so you can make more traps. Because without those traps, if I get any melee-heavy group, that could be the end of this colony. They're trying desperately to make that happen, but it's been a struggle. And this is just a struggle you run into with these kinds of things. Because normally, if we were doing, for example, a Naked Brutality run, so I'd have my first pawn. We've had tons and tons of crashed pawns and downed pawns that we could have taken prisoner to expand our operation and whatnot. We just haven't been doing that. How tough are you, Rhino? Actually, I almost never get a Rhino, so... yeah. Basically, I've been getting a bunch of these animals that we have managed to get our hands on that would want to train. But I don't have someone to stop and actually train them. I'm honestly just getting too many animals and I'm having problems solving it. What's more than likely going to happen is we'll have a trade caravan come through and I'm going to trade away the vast majority of these animals. Because now they're starting to be a burden on the food and I'm not even... like, Rhetorical's the only one who can tame them. And I need Rhetorical doing the construction and the mining. Well, not the mining as much, the construction. There's a lot of stuff not getting done. Hey, Pretty Pictures, how's it going? Alright, cool, we're good for this. So begin tree linking, Ichitenma, go ahead. As you also received reports that our audio break due to Windows Update by my customers, people who tend to ask me to build their PC, and it's just people on Twitter and other sources complaining about. Yeah, I do find personally the complaints about Windows Update causing problems tends to be a little bit overstated. Like, there's definitely people who do get bitten by it. But outside of, you know, irk change, like actual problems like computers crashing and devices not working and all that kind of stuff, I honestly don't really see that much of that. Alright, so what do you have? You got water skip. Okay, that's fine. Like, a lot of times the complaints are more change bad versus actual problems. That said, they do actually have problems from time to time. But those are pretty rare, and usually it's like once every other year or something that they have an update that actually is problematic, if that, but it makes waves when it happens. Alright, so we got a bunch of corpses all over here. They get like one piece of steel out, and then they're drunk. And I could have them not do that, but I'm thinking if we could just continue to drag the colony along, keep it afloat. I'm not too worried about actually making significant progress right now, because if I can just keep the colony afloat until some of these kids start aging up, we'll be in much better shape than if I focus on trying to put the colony in a really, really good spot. Oh, please don't ruin me. That's dangerous. Okay. So we have a Scyther, a Militar, and 2 of those. I don't have EMP or guns or shields. I take that back. I do have a shield. One of you had a shield belt. Where's your shield belt? Yeah. So you have a low shield pack. This might be doable. Because what I can do is they're asleep right now. Is I could run up over here from this side. Plunk down the shield here. We kill these 2 as they come in. Worm runs attrition. And then we just try and pick off these. Because the problem is with those back there, it'll never stop. One other advantage we have is those things are going to open up on our animals when we start doing that as well. Which will probably work to our advantage because 1, I need to get rid of a bunch of the animals, and 2, it means they're not shooting me. I think we can make this work. It is dangerous. I am going to have to bring the kids in on this, and I'm not super excited about that. Alright, so hold fire. You're asleep, right? Yeah, you're dormant. Stay dormant. Because the first big thing is to make sure this is between me and those guns. Because the Scyther is the immediate concern. Of course, actually, we can really make this work. Manage area. Animal attack. Zone. Expand. Animal attack. Now that's really going here. Animal attack right there. Kids are much better at dealing with technology. Alright. So, tortoises, assemble. Rhinoceros and elephants, assemble. You're needed. Come. Oh, those turtles are not going to arrive. Why are you moving? Oh, you're moving over rocks. So basically, I'm going to just toss the animals directly on top of it. So when it opens up, there's just animals all around it. To just spread the shots out as much as possible to the animals and away from me. Well, if we're also lucky, they'll attack the animals and the animals will fight back. Because that means I get an extra combatant with no risk. We have 2 more elephants on the way. They're baby elephants, so I think it's fine whether or not they're involved. Okay. How big is your shield? I can't really tell. Shield's up. Fire at will. I was really hoping that'd be different. Focus on that. But not you. Back off, back off. Good, return to the shield. Alright, we're not doing great because they're not attacking the turret. I used that shield too early. Okay. Duck 78 was the best of us. Alright, so we got another one in there. Let's try and be quick about this. If we hurry... Well, the elephant's in position. Should have done that from the start. That's dumb of me. No, don't shoot at me. Get in there, elephant.
Thank you, Craven Horde, for subscribing for 5 months.
Thank you, Craven Horde, for the T1 sub. You've been subbed the channel for 5 months. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel this long. I would like you to not use their stuff for my cover, or for cover, please. Okay, so they did down the Scyther. Alright, this is not ideal. And unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to tame them to be able to attack. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to wait till the turtles or whatever get closer and draw the fire. Okay. I really wish I could force them to stay in the fight. Just get in there, Worm. You're a sacrifice. Nicely done. Get out of there if you can. I'm okay with this. Come on, get in there, Worm. How badly are you hurt, by the way? You're probably terrible. Oh yeah, you're in bad shape. We're failing the quest with Worm, but sacrifices must be made. Back off, back up, back off, back off. Come on, elephant. I need you to get in there. Shoot past. Shoot past, please. Shoot past, please. Please, the kids are fragile. 2 more hits. Alright, back off. Back, all the way off. All the back off. Rescue the kid. How badly are you hurt? You're pretty bad. Okay, tend to them immediately. How badly are you hurt? How badly is that damage? Still in pretty strong shape. I could shoot that still. If I could drop in close, but whoever drops in close is probably in really bad shape. And unfortunately, none of my stuff is thing. Just blow up the thing. So the problem is when I blow it up, that's the range. I have to retreat out of fire the whole time. I could do that. I mean, honestly, it's gonna kill him. You know what? I don't even need to finish the job. I just need to patch you up real fast just so Sentient Cookie doesn't die. And then we'll get everyone out of here. Because honestly, them shooting at the animals, probably going to destroy it. Alright, so you patched up so you're not going to bleed out? Okay, retreat this way. The retreat where you bring people with you, please. Yeah, so Worm is gonna die, unfortunately, but there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, so grab you and rescue you. New zone. We will say clear allowed. Area 1. Okay, it actually goes into my base a little bit. So, I'm gonna let them just keep shooting at stuff. One, because it's gonna get rid of a bunch of the animals for me. And then the other one is because it'll friendly fire that down. Oh no, the fire won't burn those. Fire doesn't hurt that. So it doesn't matter. Make sure everyone's restricted. Yeah, everyone's restricted area 1. Where are you going? Okay, you're out of range. That's fine. Okay. I'm trying to take care of you. You need to wait. Needs. Your children are unhappy and a moderate psychic drone is going on. You have a shaman merchant. Okay. Are you done? Okay, so once you finish tending to that... Oh, no, Sentient Cookie still needs tending. We're lucky Sentient Cookie didn't get killed, like, one-tapped. Alright, like, good job, Rhino. We only need, like, 2 more hits on this thing, and it'll be done. That's fine. Okay. And then once we've got this destroyed, we'll tell the animals to stop trying to corral around this. It's a shame none of these animals would go into their own defense kind of thing. Okay, as soon as that's done, trade with them. Yeah, so I don't think no one took permanent injuries in that fight, other than Worm, who was a guest who we absolutely sacrificed. Cool, Psychic Drone is down. So now we're gonna go here, and all of you, you're switched back to Elephant's Zone. So if you have survived this far into the fight, which you probably have not, go back, and the ducks are just gonna get shot at constantly. It'll be incredibly annoying, and there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Okay, so actually you want the ducks, so I can work with this. Take the ambrosia and the Saiti. I'll take your medicine. How would you feel? Okay, so you can't afford that many ducks. Alright. Okay, so I have the first batch there. And then we're going to go gift. Alright, so. Keep 2 male ducks. Keep 2 female ducks. Alright. Let's go to our alpacas. And that should do that. There'll be 18 more reputation by just burying them in animals. So they don't quite hit allied. Is there anything else you want? We basically tapped out. Yeah, we're basically tapped out because I'm not giving up the rest of the stuff. Cool. Nice doing business with you. You're digging out to escape? What? What? Why are you digging out to escape? You could just walk off the map. Might as well grab a stack of that money while you can. I'm so confused. Okay, we'll put you back on restriction. We do have that set right? Yeah, so area 1, we've closed off the entire area that thing can shoot. The ducks are still going to be constantly shot at, so will any other animals down there. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. There's a good chance we will lose, like, all of our animals over time, but not a whole lot I can do about it. Don't try and tame that. Yeah, so the failures I had in that fight is I popped the shield belt really early when things woke up a bit earlier than I'd hoped they would. I just popped the belt immediately thinking I was going to defend myself. And so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, if I would have been able to pop that shield belt, like, here's the thing, but like pop it like right there, then I could have sat there and gotten some more shots. That thing's like, killing that actually doesn't take much. It's just I have to manage to run in while it's shooting at me the whole time, this whole distance with like no cover to speak of. That most likely we won't make it. Like, the best I could do right now would be try and, like, sweep back here, but even then, this is so small, we'd be getting shot around the sides of it. So realistically, it will probably be one of those things that I will wait till I have some expendable pawns to lead the charge, and then bring in support behind as I'm able to. Yeah, the downside is all that's just gonna rot down there. Because like it has a really severe accuracy penalty against it, but it's ranged versus range, and it has way more damage. I have no armor, no protection of any kind. The other downside is as it shoots my animals, it's gonna keep stopping the fast forward. Because it'll detect that we've gone into combat. But we'll figure it out. The other unfortunate thing is Cedric Cookie dropped their bow and I don't have it already. I live with that though. Yeah, it's right there. You are stressing me out. because it's going to happen, is Moonwitch is going to go and eventually go over that way, cut across the edge of there, and while the chance of them being hit is very negligible, it's not zero, as proven by the duck that just got shot at max range during fog. They'll figure it out, maybe. Or they won't. Who knows? Alright. Yeah, when it's like Mechanoid Cluster, it's like, oh no. Because I'm nowhere near EMP and I've never had the option of EMP yet, so... And I did get a chance to train any of the elephants up because Rhetorical's just not had the capacity. I guess I could turn Rhetorical back onto, to working with the animals or whatever, because almost all of them are dead. So that works out for me to a certain degree. They'll figure it out, maybe. Yeah, we dropped down to 4 turtles, 4 alpacas, 3 ducks, and a boomlope. All the elephants, rhinoceroses, and all the other ones either died or got traded away, which I did trade away a lot because the population was becoming a real problem. Okay. Yeah, you... Senji Cookie very nearly died. That's the reason I really didn't want to send them in. It's just... With what they dropped, it's like, no, everything has to be here, or it's might as well not bother kind of thing. Okay, I believe you age up here very soon. Yeah, because you age up... Yeah, so you're aging up probably the end of day tomorrow. You have a whole season to go and some change. And you have a while. You just turned toddler. It'll probably have her next kid on the way soon. Like, that has a minimum range as well, but it tends to explode. I was honestly hoping when I destroyed the turret up here, it was going to take that one out as well, but it didn't. Alpaca, please learn something. You're not a very smart alpaca. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to be able to safely fix those right now. It's fine. Okay. We're starting to get some steel put together. You're catching up with the turtles, I understand. The game keeps slowing down because stuff being shot at by this. Alright. Like, if I could get a hold of a shield belt or something. Like, we've got, I think Limes is the one. Yeah, Limes are starting to build up to be a melee pawn. We just haven't been doing any melee yet, because right now, the only way to train melee is for them to go up and hit things that'll probably kill them. But if we can get, like, Tough as one of the art traits, or Brawler or whatever, then if we can get a hold of a shield belt, That'd be a situation where I could have them like just take the hits for a moment while everyone gets in, because that'll only take like a good 4 or 5 hits, even with bows, to take that thing down. But it's actual hits, not shots. And with the Foggy Rain forever, that's a problem. But I also want to go in with the Foggy Rain, because it hitting me is a bigger concern than me hitting it. Honestly, do that. Because that way, even if they get, like, the odds of getting infection will go down because we'll heal faster. And if we do get infection, then we'll already have the prayer heal going. And also, we still have a bunch of Glitter World tucked away in here if we do get infection. But get Cookie back into it as fast as we can. Sense problem. Nope. Okay, so the next thing to be looking at is... who's our person who can do any kind of crafting? You? Start crafting. Oh, I don't have bow back on the list. That's fine. Basically, I want them to make a replacement bow for Cookie so that if we get into a fight, Cookie can at least contribute. Alright, starting to get more of those traps done. Are you getting lung rot? No, okay. And Alpaca's getting shot at again, slowing the game down. Alright. One thing is, if I'm not mistaken, if we trigger Manhunter, like, the animals go Manhunter back here, I believe they will attack that turret if it's the closest thing. You're being bold there, Duck. Okay. Yeah, if this elephant wasn't back here, I'd try and tame the elephant and start leaning away from the turtles. Because the turtles are cool and all that, but they're so slow, so they're mostly just here as cannon fodder. But, like, sending them in at this thing is useless, because I can't get them to actually attack it. They'll just run up and then they'll flee. So I can just take hits for a little bit. That's a male one. They're both male, that's fine, whatever. Yep, sooner or later these other animals will probably just get killed by the turret trying to hit my animals, which reproduce real fast. Yeah, that's the big danger we gotta run into is mech clusters. Because I'm not gonna have a lot of the counterplay stuff till later. Like, I don't have the ability to make smoke grenades or anything right now. I don't have EMP. I can't outrange them. I don't have mortars. I don't have animals I can cannon fodder into them and actually be able to reliably get that thing to shoot at those animals and not me. Because if I get like 2 or 3 elephants, I can just toss the 2 or 3 elephants at and they'll probably win. If they're tamed to actually attack it. Cool. So no scars on any of the kids. No new injuries. So really the only thing we lost was we had a quest we were doing that we sacrificed the quest character we were utilizing to help make things happen. In your range? Keep double checking, make sure everyone's zoned in such a way that's not a problem. Oh, fix that. I mean, I'll mark these to be fixed, but they won't be in range to do it. So right now, we don't actually have our farm separated out from the others. And you're still cooking? No, I need you... Oh, actually, Moonwitch is cooking now. I just need the cooking to keep going as best we can. Alright, time to age up, Moon. Any second now. We have need of your assistance. It's a shame because you're going to be like 1 point shy of hitting growth 8. I wonder if I actually don't accept it for a little bit, if it'll go, because it's going to be close enough that Moon should be able to like push over the finish line during the day. We'll see. Animals being shot at again. Alright, come on. Just give it a couple seconds. Oh, so it's not going up anymore. Okay, so I noticed where it says I was gaining a certain amount per day, that disappeared. Okay. Yep, so we can't hold it off. I was curious if I could delay it ever so slightly. Okay, so we can do Jealous, Optimist, Meanders, so we're definitely doing Optimist. So, okay. So we're going to have you double up on the cooking, we're going to give you Medical. I think that's what you do, because you're already going to be doing cooking in plants. You're not going to have the capacity to work on other things. So go here to work. So now Moonwitch can help out with medical and help out with firefighting. So next up in the aging up group, you have about a season and a half. You have, what, season and a half or longer? You actually have a while. You have almost a full year. And you should any day now not still having a... Basically, fertility will jump back up because you're not feeding kids anymore. Oh my god, please either kill the animals or something give. Good. Finish the job. It's mostly just annoying because... Why are all these fences getting broken? Okay, so tell them to try and tame the elephants. We'll see what happens with that. They're the only ones I could tame that I could actually teach to fight. And that got broken as well. Because like I said, if I could train up 2 or 3 of the elephants to actually get them to attack on my behalf, they might be able to take it out by themselves, but I can also just throw them ahead and then like have our range run up behind them and just try and put a couple hits in. Did you make the bow? You did not. Okay. I understand. Okay. There's just cave drawings everywhere. Alright, well, the trap maze is getting set up again pretty okay. Making some progress over here. We've almost got those dug out. We almost got our storage room dug out, so we are making some progress. Not as fast as I'd like. Also getting a bunch of chem fuel and all that. Yeah, if we do manage to train the elephants, I'll wait till Rainy Fog, because that's the worst accuracy, and then throw the elephants at it that way. But only when I train them to actually attack so they can actually do damage. We're just running around. Because I have noticed, if I have something that's like a neutral thing that they'll just shoot at standing around, the moment I attempt to attack it, they will prioritize the thing that's actually fighting back to them. Which, you know, makes sense. And there we go again. Okay. How are we doing on wood, by the way? Not good. I do have a bunch of trees queued up to be cut down. They're just not getting there. That'll help with that. Okay. We do actually have rhetorical hauling and all that. We also have stone cutting available. I just don't have someone available to craft. But that should be fixing itself soon. So you got a season and a half. You got a while. Your next stage up is until 13. Yeah, so you got almost a full year. That's okay. We're making progress. We just have a current nuisance we're dealing with. All right. The big drag is the fact that it's slowing down time, and I don't want to turn that off because that's the thing that saves your butt with a lot of things. Oh, good, we have a whole pack of elephants. Hopefully we can get some of them tamed. If we do end up having the extra growing bandwidth, I could also see planting a bunch of dandelions up here in this area in the long term, just for like elephant feed. But we need to make sure our food is in good order for that. Because then we could have extra handler and extra grower just to keep that going. Oh, I just realized my microphone's like way out here. So sorry if that's not been picking up well. Okay. Alright, cool. I'd sent Tuma messages waiting for her to get back with me, and she did, so that's good. Nothing urgent. One of these days we'll actually get her bedroom up. Because this barracks here isn't supposed to be that. And I'd start worrying about dyeing things and all that to make it look nice, but it's just not on the, like, priority list right now. Alright, make a bow. Or make clothing. Oh, because we don't have wood yet. No, we have wood. I guess it's just we don't have enough wood. Trying to make some clothes real fast. Alright, well we're actually making progress in a lot of that stuff, which is good. Okay, so what I might do is, this probably is a mistake. Let's get Rhetorical to start smoothing out the main bedroom, get that set up, and start getting these other rooms set up, because we just keep having these things get delayed longer and longer and longer. But, like, that's waiting on being stuff mined, and Sentient Cookie can limes can technically mined. So, you know, it won't be the fastest, but it'll be getting something done. We actually have most of the traps up. Only a couple are missing, so that's pretty okay. Because if we clear this room out, then we can move our production out here and maybe repurpose that room or whatever. I also want to get that. Actually, we can open that door too. That's what I want. Basically, that's going to be our hospital, so we can get our hospital opened up as well. And the reason I'm putting the hospital there is that's where our kill box is. Iguana has self-tamed. Iguana has chosen death. Oh, right. You're never going to be tamed up there because you're up here. And not down here, where I have stuff. Cool. So they'll only get tamed if they come in. They shouldn't come in here by their default. And the only reason I'm not having our people go out here is this is where all of the raids will show up at. And so anyone who's out there when a raid shows up basically dies. So if I have like a guarantee tame thing, I'll run out there and grab one, but it's not worth me to run up there for a maybe tame situation. Because I'll have to keep going out there and spending more and more time in the danger zone. Alright, we're down to 2 ducks. That said, there's a stack of eggs here. There's tons of eggs everywhere. Alright, so Rhetorical is probably going to be well suited to more than likely have another kid very soon. Let's just all our skills. Yeah. It's a good chance we'll end up having our kid soon. Yep. And then that'll be Rhetorical having not enough capacity to do a whole lot. Because just too many kids to take care of kind of thing. It's a shame with the turtles, you have to like maintain their tameness. Like a lot, like the ducks and all that, you don't have to. And I get it, it's because we can zone them, that's why we have that. But just, it's a fun idea to be able to like gather around like 20 or so turtles and just throw them at something. Even if they don't attack, it's just so much stuff to just endure hits. That you can just have like the turtles like go down the line and have your range to shoot at them. Or shoot at the enemy and it's just, the turtles will just tie everything up. It's a fun thought. Do turtles lose wildness even 10 defense? Yeah, all animals do. All animals, you have to maintain the training these days. So if I get an elephant, I have to maintain the training. If I get the turtles. The only thing that's the exception for is stuff like alpacas and that. Basically, if I can go to the animal here, and I can zone them, then they're going to lose tameness over time. But like, pen animals don't. At least I don't believe they do. But it's one of those things, that's one of the reasons why the more and more animals you get, it just, like, there's almost like a hard limit because of how much you have to do labor-wise to keep them maintained, that you'll start having animals drop off if you get too many. Because you can't maintain their tameness. I need to go out of the way. To harvest a bunch of wood real fast. Because I need the wood for the fire, I need the wood for the stove, I need the wood for basically everything right now. I need the wood to make another bow for singeing cookie. All right. So go to sleep. And then when you wake up, we'll probably have you do more crafting. Hey, new baby is on the way. I figured it wouldn't take but like a day or two for that to happen. Alright. So cool, one of the elephants got hungry enough, it's run into the perimeter to look for food, which is perfect because that means I can now train it. Sweet. Alright, animal assignment, elephant 1, start actually training it for combat and hauling. Yeah, so they're all getting hungry enough because there's no food out there that they're popping in here. So my goal is to get like 2 or 3 of them tamed. They don't need to be like fully trained, they just need to be trained enough that I can make them attack the turret at will. If I can get them that far, that's enough we can take that turret down real fast and be done with it. Alright, we got another one. Heck yeah. So we now have a breeding pair, worst case. And a third one. And a fourth one. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for them to get all sorted, though. Food's going well. Moon is cooking food. You're planting stuff. We're just going to have you beeline over here and make a bow real fast. Mad Elephant will attack everyone it sees. Okay, so first of all, grab everyone, run inside. My hope is... Here, we'll restrict that door. There's not a second way out of here, so just do your thing inside here. My hope is that the elephant will go down far enough that it'll aggro that turret and maybe do some damage. Because if it does get in range, they should fight. That's it. I've got plenty of food in here that we can just wait this out. Come on. Finish crafting that. We're in here anyways. But keep forgetting otherwise. There, Cookie will be rearmed now. Please stop destroying my fence. Okay, we good? We good. Alright, you can get out now. My hope had been is if it would run down there, they would have aggroed each other and there was a chance they could have fought and maybe we would have gotten lucky, ended it like gotten a couple hits in there and blown it up or whatever. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got a bunch of traces of fur that we're not going to use, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Alright, so you got ducks and chickens, I don't care about that. You got a bunch of food I don't care about. You don't have components for me, which I would actually like. And the rest I don't really care about. You've got some clothes, but I'm not really that urgently needing them. But what we can do is we can go in here and say, have some dye, have some ambrosia, have some alpaca wool. Apparently have some eggs in storage, so go ahead and take those. For the alpaca, go ahead and take a couple of alpaca, I guess. Let's save some of those. Yeah, I think we can just go with that. Can I catch you before you go? Okay. Because I'm willing to go just a little bit more to try and get 2 more points. That didn't do anything. Done. We're allies. And once you're inside, we'll reassign you here. Just that we bring a little bit of money each time in. Okay, so we did get an ally now. And we do have another elephant on our team. What? Why are random animals breaking walls and stuff? Why are you breaking my walls? What the hell, man? Oh, that is garbage. That's one of their animals. But it got its way in here somehow. It couldn't figure out its way out, so it dug through all the walls. That's what it's complaining about. I mean, that's stupid. It figured a way in. Alright, so I'm gonna need you to deprioritize handling for a minute, because that just dug a straight hole right through my entire defenses. So we've got to fix that. Okay, we're gonna go zone. Orders. Where is it? Expand allowed zone. We're gonna take. Okay, so elephants does cover this whole area. That's all I was making sure. So I'm trying to have them quickly fix all this real quick. Please stop wandering into the range so it stops slowing down time. Mad Boomalope. I don't know if you're gonna make it back before it makes it to you. It's gonna be close. That's fine. Break the barricades. And then you'll die and light the whole thing on fire. Okay. Just more to be rebuilt later. I keep debating whether or not I want to start putting a big field of dandelions up here. Like, that is the big debate right now. Because I give them lots of food. It managed to cause those trees to get cut down more reliably. We'll start one section. So we'll do right here. Just set that. That way they have dandelions to eat. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so we are starting to get a bunch of stuff built. It'd be a real bummer when we have a kid again and Rhetorical goes back down to like half duty. Because they're just so busy with kid care. That's okay. The other kids are starting to become more and more capable themselves. Alright, so with that, I think we're okay to take you back to, having handling be higher again. Keep trying to train them up. It'd be so nice if we had like a sniper rifle where we could step in, take a shot at her too, back off. Get a shield belt, like literally any, like, there are many solutions you can have to big gun in the big wide open. I just don't have any of them available. Because like right now I just gotta charge in and either drop in close enough that it's liable to explode on the character who goes in there, or try and outshoot it with no real meaningful cover. We got trees, but that's not going to go well. Build the caravan hitching post out there. Okay. And I'm deliberately putting all the sleeping spots kind of up in this area as much as possible. That way, at the end of each day, whatever animals we have in this front zone will have a tendency to run back up towards the kill box area so they're ready for when I need them. How are you doing on your animal skills? So it's getting up there. So hopefully we'll get more and more success in training them. The important one is the attack skill more than anything. Because with that we get options. Okay. We're also getting a bunch of like random medical practice because of the animals taking like a singular hit, running back to a bed, getting patched up again and again, which I'm actually kind of here for, because Moon is able to doctor now, but is bad at it, and so they are getting. Oh, well, you're not gonna make it. Sucks to be you. I'm not worried about losing the Boomalope. Okay. I do think in time I'm going to try and split this back area up almost into quadrants. Just so when we have like a mech cluster in one area, it doesn't shut down the whole thing. And fire. Well, that's another thing dealt with. Yeah, so you're probably getting a bunch of wood because we're chopping down all trees to make room. So we're having attacks immediately. Mostly melee heavy group. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. We just have to face our fights. So you will be back here. Yeah, everyone's terrible at melee. Alright. Oh, you know what you can do? Zone. Animal attack zone. Put it to be about there, actually. This can actually work pretty well. So animals, attack zone. Okay, we're fine. Alright, and animals, elephant zone. Cool. Alright, so we've got you. See if you can make it happen, see if you can make it happen, see if you can make it happen. And allow all that. We'll definitely want to take that recurve bow on someone. Recurve bows, plural. You go and grab that one. You grab this one. We probably won't be able to save all of them, but if we can, that'd be like 36 reputation that we're all better with. Oh yeah, you're all super in trouble. But everyone's getting medical practice, so that's cool. Making friends by capturing everyone and then setting them free. Patching them up and sending them on their way. Cool. So you'll give us standings. Why are you not being finished treating? Or Torko's already on, probably had to go grab more medicine. You have like the experienced doctor, the one's like passable, and then the child helping you out. I can imagine in that case, you're the one who's being treated by like, you know, the small kid, not even a teenager, and you're probably going, oh, I got the short end of the stick on this one. You could do it, Moon. You can potentially save this person's life. Very slowly. Hey, got us medical 1. So, tangible progress is achieved. Alright. Come on. Cool. Yeah, so that'll be 36 standings by just taking prisoners and sending them on their way. I wonder if the releasing prisoners early thing stacks. I never did check. Because usually you don't get that many people get down and survive an attack. Hey, hey, hey. Random traveler? Ray, I have got a job for you. You're not gonna like it, but I do in fact have a job for you. So, random helper, here's the deal. I have a colony. You have a need for a colony. You'd like help living in this colony. Oh, actually, I take that back. I'm gonna have you craft for a while. But, I do warn you, I am going to be throwing you at a difficult situation, and I expect you to come out on top. And by that I mean the odds are very much heavily against you coming out on top, but, you know. That's... Ooh. So I'm very mixed. I could have them sit here and just cut blocks and actually get progress in there. But I do want to get rid of that gun really badly. We do have foggy rain going on right now. So this is like a very good opportunity for us to... Here, we're going to do it. So where's the edge of your range? So the edge of your range is there. Get everyone in position. So here's the deal, Ray. If you stop this, you can stay for a little while. We are going to command shout. We're going to pain blocker you. Get in there, buddy. I am going to pretend to have faith in you. Let you get a nice strong lead. Everyone else start following. Make it fast. Don't go down, Ray. I just needed you to drop in under the gun's range. That's all I needed from you. I didn't ask much. I mean, I actually asked a lot. But that's all I needed, is just you to drop that last little bit into range. Because that was the plan. If I could get Ray in this range, it couldn't shoot Ray. But I had to get Ray into that range for it to count. So sadly, Ray got real close. And then took a shot to the heart. And you're to blame. You give love a bad name. What? Alright. Okay. Once they get over their extreme blood loss, they should be able to get out of here. I probably should have sent the turtles with Ray in hindsight. It's too late to go back at now, but I probably should have sent the turtles in the lead, then ran Ray, and then did everything else like I had been doing. Because I would have done that, the turtles would have drawn probably a volley or two, which would have been enough for Ray to get in close. Because once Ray gets into melee range, it's a done deal. Like, they might die in the explosion, but they will kill the turret. Alright. That's fine. That is going to happen a whole lot. Please stop, ducks. I just want to have time go at normal speed long enough for me to get this problem solved. Again, get 2 or 3 of these tamed up to where they can attack, because that should be more than enough to just overwhelm the gun. Or honestly, have, like, again, with, like, the refugee situation, have a refugee show up, or a group, that we can actually make some progress there. Or grab a stack of money. Or have a trigger Manhunter pack where something is close by to that just attacks it. Not Manhunter, where an animal's been driven mad that's already on your map. It just... one after the other keeps going there, and then fleeing back, and then going there and fleeing back. Alright, so that should be one prisoner getting released soon. We are starting to have the elephants reproduce. Let's just, as a precautionary thing, say for right now, 2 adult males. No, actually, you know what? No restriction. Go nuts. We'll deal with it, we have to deal with it. Eventually, I'll have the population deal with them. That turret sucks so much. Now, we are actually going through a kibble now, which is fine. That's not surprising or anything like that. Why is no one treating you? Or feeding you or anything? Cool, so we got a bit more standings with them. Anyone going to feed you? We have food. You don't need to starve. There you go. And same deal, I'm trying to draw all the animals as we can to the northern end. Gonna spare us some annoyance. That is a bold place to do some floor drawing. Just stop shooting. Like, kill it if you're gonna kill it. Stop slowing the game down. You can disable it, it's just doing that makes it so much more dangerous to play the game because, like, you'll have a wild animal start hunting and that slowdown will save you. In this one case, it's just being annoying because I have a weapon inside my pen and I can't tell my animals to be smart enough to, like, not do it. And, like, the wood I'd be required to build to, like, block that off. I'm better served trying to tame the animals to solve the problem. Okay. Alright, so you still got half a year-ish till you age up. You still got... Also... No, actually, you have about, a quarter of a year till you age up. So you got about a season till you age up. No, is that right? I think that's right. You got just over a season till you age up. You have got... about 2 seasons and a quarter till you age up. Cool, so we're slowly gaining our reputation with these groups by just bandaging everyone up and sending them on their way. So the good news is once I get them neutral, where they're no longer hostile with us, they won't attack us. Instead, they'll send trade caravans. And once I have trade caravans coming in, I can just throw ducks or food or stuff at them to make them my friends. I will never get the raids to stop. It's just what shows up will change over time. It's literally just perpetually. And it's this one still, like, this one same alpaca just, like, popping back and forth trying to get past this fence. And I'd repair the fence, but that fence is in the range of the gun. So it'd have to be, like, repairing it while being shot at which point I might as well run my people in to just try and kill it. As dangerous as that would be. Gun. Yep. Yep, there's that same alpaca 17. All day, every day. Someday that turret will hit it. Okay. Alright, we're starting to train them up to be able to do some basic combat things. You know what? It is seeming like it might be time to be done with the turtles. And the reason I'm saying that is we can train the elephants to do a whole bunch. And the turtles... Well, I mean, no, actually, the turtles are still fine, because I can put them here. Well, no, because they'll scatter when the shooting starts. I think we get rid of the turtles. They are taking up a decent amount of bandwidth so far as my my taming time and all that. That could be used to make elephants better at combat. And the elephants actually serve multiple purposes versus what we've got going on here. And the hospital's getting all cleaned up. The traps are mostly armed. There's still quite a few that aren't. But I'm running out of reliable places to snag easy steel. There's like a spot down here, but now it's behind the gun. I got that meter, but again, in the range of the gun. And I mentioned it before, it would be nice to be able to like run and use this, but like its angle, being able to stay out of the gun's range on that little rock wouldn't be useful. It'd be easier just to run in straight and just hope it works out. Okay, you'll get up, you'll eat something, and then you'll probably kill a lot of turtles. Okay. The downside is we are starting to run out of kibble. Let's go here and where we had details, make kibble. Any worker can do that now. Same here. Because they had those for Moon only when Moon's cooking wasn't high enough to safely make food for the rest of us. We were having Moon work on the stuff that was like much lower risk. But we're well past that point now. Yeah, so you're learning a little bit of animals by watching them tame. Cool. So last prisoner's gonna get out, there'll be another 12 rep. The turret's so annoying. Hey Lightning, you want to hit that for me? It actually won't do that much because it's not flammable, but, you know, it'd make me feel a little bit better. This will also be good, because once I punch through this wall where this is an open room, I'm going to add this to the elephant's zone. And the reason I'm going to do that is because then the elephants will be able to haul stuff in here without going through the main base. Which is kind of the idea. Yeah, so there's no shortage of wood now. Okay. I do resume having a good one. We're just kind of in this weird holding pattern while half of our more than half of our crater is completely consumed by a mech cluster that we managed to destroy all but like the last gun. We have no armor, no helmets, no EMP, no smoke grenades. All of our characters, they're only okay to goodish at using their bows, but they are still using bows, so I had to run the gambit to like halfway through before I could even start shooting. There's no cover past trees, which aren't really that good. So it's just kind of an awkward situation where we have this stalemate where I can't really do anything to push in on them, and they're just tying things up. But my hope is I'll get some of these elephants trained, we throw the elephants at them, we just take care of it, or we get a quest that gives us an extra person that we could throw at it. Like any of the all of the above will work. Cool, we got another elephant. Honestly, forget those last two elephants. Just let them do their thing. Just focus on training what we already do have. Because we got 2 males and 4 females. That'll give us explosive amounts of elephants over time. Alright, we're starting to get some to be trained to guard. I do like that ultimately we could just not train some, like, if we're looking for cannon fodder for like the kill box, we can ultimately just say, get in the kill box, and not even train them farther than that. And that actually will be enough that they will block the path and protect us. Because they'll have nowhere to go, they'll be stuck getting into the fight and just absorbing hits, which is all I really need them for in that case. But for stuff like this, I am going to need at least some trained elephants that I could throw into the mix. Sweet. So we got 1 elephant that can actually guard now. And a bunch are along the way. Set them to follow and drafted. Now I still have the catch of the elephants aren't going to immediately attack. I can't just stand way back here and say, actually I don't know. I don't think I can stand back here and say elephants attack and they'll go to that point. I think I have to get close enough to aggro, which still means we'll be incurring a little bit of danger. But that can be solved by taking the elephants that aren't trained, telling them to run up to it, we move in at the same time, and then, we tell the drafted animals to hunt, and they should pop in and start hitting it, while the other ones will scatter as they get shot at. I'm still bummed that one got right here. He just had, like, one more. If he would have survived that volley, he would have dropped it on top of it and be able to just tap it for the rest, because it's only got 120 health. It's not really that strong. I just have to get to it is the problem. And why is, like, nothing... Oh, it's because you're doing the thing where you're cutting down all the trees before you even touch growing anything else. So stop cutting things for a moment, and you just work on the rest for now. And then when you get caught up, we can start cutting again. It's always been a weird behavior that sometimes it does, it doesn't, where sometimes they won't plant a single thing until all the trees are cleared. So if you make a big grow zone, they'll never actually grow things on a meaningful rate. Now that you get a lot of time undisturbed. You aged up again. Can you meditate now? I don't think you'll be able to. Okay. But it'd be good to know. Alright, so Moon has about just over half a year, so 2 seasons, before they're just a full-blown adult, as far as the game's concerned. You have about 1 season to you age up, and you have... Is it a season or wait? Or the cutoff 7? You have about 2 seasons. Well, actually, almost 2.5 seasons till you age up. We'll have a baby coming soon. Probably half a season to a season. And we'll get us our 6th pawn in here. Oh, did I ever open the drawing? I never opened the drawing. My bad. So we'll start the queue for if/when we get the extra kid. Because that won't be super long. Just keep patching up one injury after the other on the animals. That's a wild elephant that's getting out of here, so good riddance. All right. Yeah, so as some of the ducks or turtles are being born, we're just getting rid of them too. That's fine. So we're getting our food. The kibble is starting to get pretty low. Ooh, Moon has been moved up to the point that Moon can make fine meals now. Fancy. In that case, we're gonna actually bump down the number of simple meals we make. Because again, we don't have an actual freezer or even refrigerator. You can make lavish meals now. What is your cooking at? Oh, you're already up to cooking 8. Okay, never mind. So where we joked about before, yeah, so Moon is officially just as good at cooking as her dad, and will soon leave him in the dust. Please stop going around there. You know what? That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead and get killed, llama. Or not llama, alpaca. If you can't figure out, don't run into the gun every single day. You know. That's, Oh, hey. We don't want that. Stop. Zone. Clear area. Ooh, do we? No, it's fine. We can... I was wondering if I wanted to make it so I could go in the hospital so I could run people in when they get downed. But I think the only reason I don't want to do that is they still will wander in this area constantly, which does mean they will ultimately drag filth and cause more infections and all that to happen. Well, at least you're about to die, so you can stop doing this. Oh, good. It's finally connected. All right. So with that connected, what I'm going to do here is go zones, expand elephants. And we're just going to make a little path over here. And we're going to put all of this room inside there. Going to go ahead and allow that area too, just because why not? But the idea is pretty straightforward. Now the elephants can grab stuff from here and haul it into there. I've debated making like a second door to the freezer for the same purposes, where the elephants can just run stuff into the freezer and back out. I don't think I'm going to, though. I think they'll just run back and forth and keep that door open so much that the AC is running constantly and not really benefiting that much. Versus being able to haul like random gear and all that people have. Let's go elephants and say they could be that whole part of the line as well. Again, that way when stuff gets down, they could grab materials not. I honestly could see letting it up there. The only reason I'm not doing is my fear is they just stand up here, accidentally step on the traps and cause trouble, because they can do that. Okay. That's fine. Alright, got a second one trained to be able to guard. The good news is we're going to have a pretty big storage room when this is all said and done. Oh, we should change this also so you can put textiles in here. Stop putting them in this room. That's just a stopgap. Because now what this room is, this will just be clothes and weapons for the time being. Alright, we got another one trained to do guard. And another one trained to do guard. We're getting there. So the big thing is I need to get attack, which is the very next thing they train. I think that only requires like two points ring? Good, thank you for killing the alpaca instantly. It's that 17 alpaca that's been running in there every single day. Yeah, so it's only 2 ranks for attack. So we're getting real close. Versus ducks, now it's alpaca. Well, I mean, the problem is I've got this stupid turret back here. And just all of the animals are just wandering in there. Just because. And I can't zone them back here, and building the whole wall require me cutting down a whole bunch of trees, a bunch of work that I'd rather just focus on the base. They're just trying to get 3 elephants trained up to be able to attack real fast. We'll wait for the foggy rain, because it's here constantly. And when the foggy rain starts, we'll just run them at it. That's just kind of going to go with the way we're going to go with it. Okay, so you still can't meditate. That's fine. I figured you weren't going to be able to. I think it's just they don't let the kids meditate at all until adulthood to contribute. Add to test. So we have the simple meals. We have the fine meals. That's fine. And then there'd be lavish meals next. Not really worried about the pemmican. We also need the kibble. That room's getting close to done. This one can use a door. Alright, I've got our first one trained to be able to attack. We got a bunch that are partially trained for attack. Getting real close to time. Like I said, what I'll do is I will change the zone to be just go to that. so that all the elephants kind of rush it. We'll follow the elephants in behind with our attack elephants. And at the moment we can get close enough that we can trigger them to attack, we're going to send the elephants directly at it. Because that should make it so that the elephants tie up the turn. Hopefully none of our people are in any real danger. I am thinking it's probably going to be just the two of them that are going to go in. We're going to leave the kids behind since the kids can get one shot way easier than everyone else. And it's already dangerous enough. Because unfortunately those turrets never sleep or anything like that, so there's no sneaking up on it easily. Wonder if it makes sense to grow hay grass as well, just for the purposes of producing kibble. Like change kibble, what we use for it, to be just the hay grass and whatever meat we get. And then as the population, hey, Server Lord, how's it going? And as like the duck population recovers, we can use that.
Yay. I roll to seduce the turret.
Sanji Cookie, rolling to reduce the turret. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Critical failure. The turret is now making making all sorts of mean comments. It is unfortunate.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Serverlord.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for the tier 1 sub that you're gifting to Serverlord. Serverlord, you now have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you again, Strider, for all of the support. It does help a whole lot. Such a cookie. The turret was not aroused. I mean, well, the problem was you made fun of its hairstyle, and it was just openly confused about it. That's the big issue here. Really curious. Are you gonna run more than that part? That just seems to be the hip place to be. And we locked the door, so I don't have to worry. Wait, that doesn't solve our problem anymore. That's a malnutrition. Where's the dangerous one? Oh, the dangerous one is basically solved. Okay, that's fine. Okay, it just went down. That's fine. It's got more wild animals getting in here and eating my stuff. It is what it is. But yeah, so we restricted the door because I didn't want to deal with that wild animals. Kind of hoping it would run down there and take care of that for me, but it's fine. I got more who have gotten to the point of guard. We've only got one that can't guard us now. What are you doing? Oh, you're shearing the alpaca. That's fine. Not planting all this. You're just cutting trees. I understand. I cannot permit you to cut trees because you'll do nothing but cut trees. It's so weird. And it's not that I have like that's the thing that bothers me about that is so you have grow and cut plant. And so my grow is equal to my cut plant. So in theory, they should be trying to plant before they try to cut down trees. It's just not how it works. Alright, so all of the elephants now can guard. You're learning how to rescue. That's fun. I still need more of them to be able to attack, though. Why are you using the potatoes to train instead of kibble? That's kind of like Kibble's entire thing is just used for that. Another thing we're gonna do here. Go ahead and forget about the lavish meals entirely, because those are very costly. Especially since they don't have a fridge or a freezer, so they just rot. Alright, we got 2 up to attack. I want 1 more. And then the next foggy rain, we try and make this happen and be done with this turret. Which means the exact moment I make this happen, we're gonna actually have like a group of 5 refugees show up who could easily just overwhelm it. Because that's just what RimWorld does. We're making good progress in clearing out the hospital as well. The downside is we're making no progress in construction right now, which is going to hurt us in the long run. But my hope is, once I knock the turret down, that we might be able to get Lime's kid here pretty soon to help out with construction. You know what, just... get them to help out with construction. Oh my god, forget about it. It's fine. Just let it do its thing. It'll waste 45 steel. Okay. Like, honestly, with the situation, even if it was like a rat with Manhunter and got under that gun, it would still win because it can't shoot up close. I just have to get to that point, which is the whole snag. Are you already done manhunting? It is weird how short they're manhunting right now. I'm okay with it. It's just weird. That's fine. Yeah, we're still fine. I'm getting lower on alpaca than I really want to, but for the moment, we're still okay. Please stop slowing down time. This is like actually agonizing, the constant speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down of time. Hey, Kira, how's it going? We got a friend down here who's just beating up our animals that we're trying to deal with. We haven't lost any colonists yet, but we did destroy the rest of the mech cluster, and then that thing survived. We retreated before anyone got one tap by it. But we're trying to tame our elephants to just throw elephants at it. The thing that's just... it's speeding up and slowing down time constantly because it's seeing us as in combat again and again. Yeah, like, we're only gonna have 3 elephants that'll actually attack, more than likely. But that should be more than enough that... because they only have to get in range. Once they're in range, they just win. Okay, there it is. We've got our 3 attack elephants ready. So, the plan is, we're not bringing the kids on this one. Where's the edge of your range? Okay, it's there. Let's stand just a little bit back from that. Actually, wait till we get everyone in position. There's all the elephants. Can I... okay, they're going for it. Get in there, elephants. You got this, friends. All right, start backing up the elephants. Split up. Thank you. That's all I had to do was just get something on top of it, and then it was just going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. But it was just... The risk and the reason I was being so, reserved about it is my experience with dealing with those kinds of things is anytime I'm dealing with a mech cluster that I don't have the necessary defenses to deal with, I always have someone get one tapped through the head or heart or something, and just lose a colonist right away to it. And so I just wasn't taking the risk with how slow it takes for a colonist to actually get set up and everything. All the kids immediately start nature running. And we are patching up our 2 elephants. Ooh, you have permanent brain damage. So are you downed, though, or are you still capable? Because that sometimes permanent brain damage means they're just permanently down and the elephant will never be able to contribute again, at which point we're going to eat it. Other times, it just means it moves and attacks slower, which is perfectly acceptable. Because they still serve the purpose of throwing them between you and the thing that wants to hurt you.
Thank you Barikda for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you, Barracuda, for the T1 sub. You had subbed the channel for 14 months. I really do appreciate that, that you continue to support the channel for so long. That's a year and 2 months, and that's a heck of a long time, so thank you again so much. If you click the button, will it tell you? Click the button. I mean, it'll tell me that the efficiency has been massively reduced, and we'll have this here. I'm not sure. Oh, you mean like the button of I mean, it walked back. We didn't rescue it, so I think it's fine. I think you mean like the draft button to get to follow me, that kind of thing. You're the best streamer, so I thank you. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So you're getting ready to have your baby. I'm really glad the turret was dealt with before that happened. Because that'd be a whole can of worms. The I button. I don't think it'll tell me here. Like, you'll get this, and it's stuff like the manipulation and that'll tell you. I still don't have a crafter to keep those stone going. Alright, so you got a ways to grow up. So you are down to basically less than a season till you hit your next age break. And you have about a season. Did the I button? Yeah, no, I don't think it'll tell you there. We can just wait. So one thing I want to actually do is let's go to our animals. So yeah, follow the Master World Drafted, that's fine. So I don't think I actually want to give them Haul. I don't think I want to worry about that. Honestly, I don't think I care about giving them Rescue either. I think genuinely I just want them to have Garden Attack, and we'll just use them for the purposes of like... Like when we're drafted fighting, we're just gonna use them as attack elephants for the time being. Oh, next to the injury it says a gunshot wound. Alright, I mean, fair enough. The only description is a gunshot wound. Pretty sure you can manually calculate if you remember how much consciousness they need. Yeah, no, there's a cutoff. Like, that's the thing. There's a cutoff that says, like, if the consciousness is over a certain amount, they can still move around and all that. I'm pretty sure this one will be able to move around still. Like, it took a brain injury, but it wasn't a particularly bad brain injury, which sounds weird because thinking about brain injuries in the terms of it's not a bad brain injuries is a bit of a head scratcher on that one. Most brain injuries, one would assume, would not qualify as not bad. Alright, pretty soon they'll start mining that steel down there so we get our traps back online because we're starting to lose a bunch of those. But we're gonna let them finish mining that room, that little pocket there, and that little scrape down here. Maybe the brain elephant, trauma elephant could be a hauler, not a fighter. You know what? I think they've earned it. Was that elephant 11? Yes. You know what? You've earned it. You sacrificed your face to help us take down a credible threat. You're still gonna help me fight, but you can sit here and relax and like stick around the base a bit more. Here, we'll even go into our assignments. Manhunter pack. We'll even go into our assignments and we'll say you're the one who gets to stay behind. You don't get dragged along with us. A Manhunter pack of a group of links. Ooh, Rhetorical's in a pretty bad position. Try to get back. Oh, they are coming fast. Oh, Rhetorical, please. Not like this. Elephants, get in there. You're the real heroes here. How badly you get hit. You got a bite in the head, so you actually got a pretty nasty hit there. No, don't stand in the door, please. There are not many wrong answers, but standing in the doorway itself is one of them. And unfortunately, I can't put another path up here to delay them more. The best I could do is add like 2 more tiles here of stuff, which I well, no, we'll leave it alone. They made quick work of them, yeah. They almost made quick work of Rhetorical. They got a solid bite to the head. Please prioritize Rhetorical. The elephant needs care as well. But right now, Rhetorical's bleeding. Oh my goodness. I understand. Get it done. Stop cleaning. Don't. You're bleeding from your head. Aggressively. Go to bed. Okay. Yeah, there's a reason why elephants are very popular for a animal to use as that. The thing we have to watch is elephants are actually pretty valuable so far as creatures go. So we do need to be a little bit careful that we don't. All right, we'll wait till you finish. Okay. That we don't get too many of them, because they'll blow up our wealth, and then they also eat a ridiculous amount. So for right now, we're gonna let our alpaca and duck population recover. We did lose a lot of them, so I actually can't really afford anything you have here. Not that there's anything I'm super wanting. I mean, I actually can't afford it. I think I have like thousands of silver now that, you know, are just a thing. Okay. That's not our elephant. Yeah, you have like 5k silver. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Now, granted, I'm hoping we'll have someone who shows up with some like actually fun stuff. One of the things I'm running into, though, is I'm realizing we're not going to get any meaningful trades so far as weapons and all that, because everyone is tribal. So what's going to end up happening for me to get like trade for actual good decent tech is going to have to wait till we have electricity to be able to do like the whole beacon thing, trade thing, which is fine. But it does mean I'm gonna have to make my own weapons and all, which I'm cool with. All right. How are we doing? Come along nicely. Yeah, you've got like seven-ish days till you age up. All right. Yeah, no, it's been a fun like slow burn colony. Like of the colonies we've done that have been successful so far, This has definitely been one of the ones that's moved the slowest, which I'm okay with. Okay, you are building the fences finally. We'll want to replace that with stone later, or something not wood. So one thing we're going to do is actually take the fine meals off your list too. And honestly, just forget the pemmican. If you have the materials for pemmican, make kibble instead. I've got a wild elephant in here running around actually eating our crops. All the other elephants will avoid our actual food crops. We've got them going around the outside. But it's this wild elephant here runs and eats like 8 or 9 crops each time he rolls through. Versus them, they're mostly just eating all the dandelions and whatnot. Alright. The good news is Moon is getting pretty close to becoming an adult, and when that happens, all of the learning goes away. And that means instead of spending like 10-20% of the time actually working on the tasks they're assigned, they'll spend almost their entire day on it. Which will be huge. Because we're right about to hit the point where we're going to have like another big loss in our ability to get stuff done, because Rhetorical's about to have another baby and we'll have to spend all of their time doing baby things. I am thinking for the next babies and all that, we have them just, like, we'll just have them, be taken care of by the other colonists kind of thing. Like, just take... I'm assuming if I take milk off the list, that maybe it'll stop having Rhetorical take care of it. Because, one, that means Rhetorical will be able to have kids faster. And then, two, it really does whammy the parent to do that, because they have to actually breastfeed and then they have to eat immediately after, because it takes away a bunch of their nutrition. So you're gonna do that. And RimWorld doesn't have like the concept of like, you know, having improved improved immune system from it or whatever. It's just not how the game works. Oh, you're just visitors. Oh, I thought there was a trade caravan. It's just visitors. You can test the... I don't know how urgently parents take care of it. A top menu you found before. Yeah. You can sit there and decide, like, who is the parent who's going to take care of it. So I'll probably have Ichitenma become the one who deals with it urgently. So that they use the baby food, primarily. Hey, they left me medicine. Alright, so we're going to unrestrict you for a moment. You can haul that medicine. I'm gonna haul that silver. And you're gonna go back into restriction. Cool, so we've got this all opened up. So set this to be smoothed. Oh, I can't smooth that wall because technically that wall is out of bounds. That's fine. I think the one wall being out of bounds isn't going to meaningfully impact this. But what we'll end up doing in here... I can barely see because it's so dark. Oh, actually, we'll just go for it. This will be all medical beds, and then we'll move storage of medicine in here, and that'll become our hospital. It's not going to be useful for us yet. I have to get it like cleaned up, smoothed out, all that. But that is the plan, is for that to be the hospital. And that's why we had the double thick wall on this side that we've left, is just so we don't have stray shots punch holes through our hospital wall. You're about done here. You got that little pocket there. 2 tiles there. Little pocket here. And then it's on to construction side. Which that's honestly I'm really hoping with limes that limes we get the passion for construction. So they can construct and mine. because that means I can take all of that off Rhetorical, and Rhetorical no longer becomes a construction and mining person. They become effectively the animal care person. Which means we can have a pretty substantial amount of animals. Okay. Wish this one element would go away. Who got hurt that time slowed down? It's probably a duck being struck by lightning again. How are you up there? That, you can't walk on that. How are you there? Did they just, like, have Moon just, like, climb up on the wreckage? I didn't know that was a thing they could do. Well, you have a good time there, Moon. It's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, I'll tame the one elephant. It was gonna eat all our junk anyways. Yeah, no, it's kind of cool. Like, you can't normally walk on that. But I guess because you're, like, sky watching or whatever, that they can kind of climb on that and look up. It's something they clearly actually took some dev time to set up that, you know, they really didn't need to, but just kind of adds a nice little touch. Please stop eating all my crops. Why are you following Rhetorical? Please stop. Animals. Don't follow Rhetorical out of the field. Follow them when drafted. Otherwise, get out. I was like watching the army of elephants following Rhetorical. It's like, why are you following Rhetorical? Oh, it's because we were taming. Right. And that's the things that goes there. The moons are so high in the colony? Yeah, that's the things. They're taking the time to grow very slowly and do things right. That is helping things out. Like, the hospital should be done by now. An ally needing help. The Grand Chief, whatever, is asking for a favor for her friend. They're interested in learning about other cultures, and she wants you to host her for 20 days. So I don't need a bionic arm, though that's very nice. I do think we just keep the reputation as high as we can. Like, don't get me wrong, the bionic arm is very tempting. But it'll just sit on a shelf, and I don't think I have anyone who's going to be perfectly capable of dealing with that. Elephants. Train that. There, so that way none of the elephants... Oh, now I got an army of rhinoceros eating my food. Come on, wildlife. Could you not? I'm literally just trying to keep you from eating my actual crops. I mean, I have to build, like, actual walls, like, move my crops down here or something, like, build... You know what, we can just build walls around it. There's no reason I can't. I just literally could build a wall around this area here and just be like, no. I think we're gonna do that, because everything is eating my real food. Which is a problem. Scarecrow? There's... no such thing in the game? Well, maybe too close to the tree? It is absolutely too close to the tree, so yeah. It's fine. Yeah, there's no Scarecrow or anything in this game that does anything worthwhile. It's just, like, maybe there's a mod that does that. But, yeah, it's not. Realistically, I have to kill them. Which, I'm fine with. I'm down to kill the rhinos. When they're not all grouped up in one big bunch, it's going to all go into attack. Because with all the elephants, if I bring everyone, we can just swarm the rhinos one by one with elephants and not have to worry much. I was good to wait for them to scatter a little bit. Box them in while they start. Oh no, they won't do that. Once they start starving, they'll smash out your walls. They won't stay. Even like the tiniest chinchilla will do that. You can tame and slaughter? No, unfortunately the rhinos have a 30% chance that fail to tame to attack the tamer. So they're actually very dangerous to tame. Alright, so let's try and make this happen. So for right now, group all the elephants with rhetorical. You go way down to this edge. And anything that fights back, attack it. Okay, we've got one rhino separated out from the others. Two rhinos separated from the others. What mods are you using? Exclamation mark mods. It'll give you the full list. But we mod very, very, very lightly. It's mostly just quality of life stuff and the occasional like UI mods, that kind of thing. Wow, you are all terrible at aiming. You'll get there someday. Don't worry, buddies. What I'm trying to do is I'm also okay if we, Alright. So cool. So all the elephants should charge it. All the elephants should charge it. My god, all the elephants, please charge it. Run away, children. Okay. Alright, so finish off the rhino. That's one gone. Oh, we need to go to... where are we at? Animals, unassign that. And the rhinos that come back, we'll deal with them. It's just unfortunately the tile we're on is almost always foggy, so range is heavily penalized. More than likely the way we're going to deal with that is just get weapons that fire ridiculous amounts of bullets and call it a day. Light machine guns, miniguns. Don't worry about accuracy because we're not going to have it in the first place. No. Fast forward, fast forward. Alright. It is your birthday today. Cool. You don't age up for two more seasons. You, on the other hand, are right about to age up. You're gonna hit 7 on your growth tier. So you should age up the next day or two. You've got a while still. You get the 3 rhinos running around still. They're trying to figure out what they're doing. But if they get in here, we'll get rid of them. Just all the floor drawings. With how many kids we have, just all the floor drawings. We're not keeping up with keeping things clean, unfortunately. Because we don't have that many people able to consistently work, unfortunately. We'll get there, but we're definitely not there yet. Can you sell the kid drawings? No, they're physically, like, they're cave drawing kind of things, like someone scribbling on the floor or the walls or whatever. Surprisingly, you're still up there. You are starving now. I'm hoping they just walk off the map. It could be fun if you could, like, make paintings, like, kind of look like you could make the statues and sell them. Something along those lines that maybe they don't sell for as much or something like that. Okay, we'll allow cutting down the trees again. Let's keep clearing this area out. Alright, baby is on the way. And 89% chance of healthy baby. Now everyone in here, all the children get to sit around awkwardly as they're trying to sleep while literal childbirth is happening in the room with them. And then our guest, who physically cannot move because of paralytic aphasia, is also just gonna have to sit there and listen to it. The kids all wake up in the middle of the night, they're like, nah, man, I'm out of here. This is uncomfortable. Come on, healthy baby. Come on, healthy baby. The odds are very much in her favor, like just shy of 90% chance of healthy baby. Oh, that's sad. Well, that's really upsetting. People do that in real life. I feel like that's kind of a thing asking to make it more traumatic. That's my personal opinion, but everyone has their different ways of dealing with loss and grief and whatnot. So, you know, by all means, do whatever will help the most. But yeah, so we had a non-viable baby. So did not survive childbirth. It's just an RNG chance. So we had an 89% chance of a healthy baby. We had like an 8 or 9% chance of like a sick baby, and then there's like that 1 or 2% chance or whatever that the baby just didn't make it. And we rolled we critically failed the roll, and the baby did not make it. So we were actually pretty close to the maximum we could so far as giving ourselves the best odds. But unfortunately, RNG is RNG. A non-zero amount of chance is a non-zero amount of chance.
Hashtag this is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito.
That reminds me. Oh, wait, you're not gonna work? Give me 1 second. I have to fix one thing real fast. Because it's that important. Hop into here. Make sure it's set up right. Okay. I need to go in here. You are no longer on the game scene, so it's right bottom. Do this. You need to show... Where is it? Where are you? You're in here. That one. Go here. Because I lost all my settings in Stream Deck a while ago, so I had to go to a backup, and it was a bit behind. Okay. So I won't work with all the things, and I put too much entire effort into it, but... It's not playing the music. At least it's not playing the music for me. It's supposed to be going like the little violin song or whatever. It ruins it. It ruins the whole thing. Doesn't it suck when you change nothing and everything breaks? But it's supposed to be doing like the, you know, like little violin going. Da, 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 da. All right, we are not keeping goats. I've already got enough animals. Didn't hear anything. No, it didn't work. I need to look into what's happening with it. I'm not the first person to do that meme. It's been around for a while. Let me look while things are happening in the game. So play sound violin. Oh, I'm pretty sure I know what the problem here is. Output, switch that to aux. Okay. Now it should work. Take 2. That is for unnamed baby. Okay. And DMC. Yeah, so that's on the aux channel and all that. Is this the new theme when I arrive? No, we had a sad moment. We had a baby that didn't survive being born. Despite the statistics being like almost 90% chance of healthy baby. We rolled a 1. So let's see. They're going to have a forced weather of what? I mean, I already have rainy fog. I could definitely take a telescope for entertainment. So you have forced weather. It still doesn't tell me what the forced weather is. That's fine, whatever. Alright, so we'll go over here and say... telescope. And I got a much better bow, so go ahead and grab that masterwork bow. So we're now entirely up to recurve bows. Don't be hungry. Okay, you're fine. Mad tortoise. So we're just gonna go ahead and turn around and make that not a me problem. Nicely done, friends. Okay. Alright, so you got a little bit of money, and you actually want weapons and all that. So let's go ahead and give you one of the spears. Give it this nonsense. And yeah, take all the bows too. We are keeping the one spear though, because I think eventually, if things go well, Lime's kids might turn into our melee pawn once they're an adult. But yeah, I know we just had bad luck with the RNG. How bad's a mood penalty? That is... So it only upsets... Okay, no, it upsets both mom and dad. That makes sense. So we're gonna try and console rhetorical. See if we can't help them through this difficult time. Apparently, we had a conversation within rhetorical feels all better. I don't think it actually works that smoothly, but you know, yeah, no, it is legitimately sad. It's one of those things like, okay, you get why they simulate it, and that's part of the reason why you do take the time to like make a proper hospital and all that, is increases the odds of things going well versus bad. But I do actually think it does cap out at something like 89% is as good as it gets, at least that I've seen. So you can never make it a 0% chance of things going wrong. But yeah, still sads. You don't think the yeah, I think you're right that the forced weather is fog. Alright, so you can now do construction. So we're gonna double up on the mining, because that's what we've got. This is a character, Steadfast. That's the... Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna take Steadfast. This is a character we're thinking about making melee if we can make it happen. We're gonna add crafting, because I don't have a crafter, but that's the reason I'm not taking shooting out of those. Is they've got Nimble, and Nimble is not particularly useful for someone shooting. How's that? But even the mother could die. Oh yeah, no, we had that with There's a clip where someone's like, "Don't worry, Senjin Cookie, I'll take good care of you," when they were doctoring and Senjin Cookie was having a kid, and Cookie died. And in the clip, you have that whole thing. It's like, oh, that's real grim. All right, but those are the reasons why there's a lot of people who turn the kids off. Because those things happen, and it's really sad times. Okay. And meanwhile, in your work schedule, you can now doctor as well. We've been giving literally every one of our pawns medical. You can also now craft and tailor. I don't think you're ever going to have the bandwidth to do it. At least not in the short term. But that does technically give us a crafting and tailoring pawn. So I'll probably let them just finish mining this out, and I'll have the steel down here for the traps. And then we're going to have them not mine for a while and just work on the tailoring and crafting. It'd be kind of funny if the pawns could have, like, phantom things too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's always those ones that can get into really weird, uncomfortable places too. It's always tricky with that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing, but it's one of those ones you're gonna hit more and more towards people who have gone through stuff that, like, that's actually like having the kid lost kind of thing. That's actually what's like, oh man, there's definitely gonna be people who have gone through that trauma and all that, and it's like, hey, Proger, how's it going? But yeah, I know it's a whole thing. More elephant. Transport pod crash for you. Just so you know, friend, you don't get to stay. I want to make this very clear to you. I'm rescuing your life. You do not get to stay. Don't you stay. I will banish you immediately. Well, it's Whipple? Yeah, good old Whipple. Well, that's definitely going to have terrible risk of infection, that room being the way it is. It wasn't ready to be used as a hospital. You got a friend whose online name is Whipple? Excellent. Did I change your priorities? No, you're still set. Oh, right. They're outside the perimeter. I keep forgetting that. Because I'm like, why aren't they taking care of it? It's like, oh, right. This area is... I've told my colonists to not go there. Alright. But once we start getting all that sorted, we'll be good there. So the baby, let's see, the baby will ultimately disappear off our list soon. And I'll go, so not a whole lot. Chilling with some RimWorld. Alright, so it's gonna be around 8 o'clock, so we still got a bit longer for this. We don't usually swap games till around 9. Then we gotta figure out what we're potentially swapping to. Which we'll try to probably do the poll as usual. I do need to come up with a list of more games to have on like the short term, like midterm games. Because I do know with all the games coming out, that kind of nonsense, that for next month, middle way through the month, is the 1.0 release of Coral Island. That's the reason we just stopped playing Coral Island suddenly, because the progression won't carry forward. So we're like, all right, let's just put this away till the 1.0 drop. And once the 1.0 drop happens, then then we can go ahead and make stuff happen there. You guys got back from Trunk or Treat. Let's go. It was really nice seeing the old teachers and some of the friends you haven't seen in a while. That's cool. I know there's some people who are like really upset that people have moved to like Trunk or Treat or similar events. I personally really like it myself. Here, we actually can go in here and say, do not carry manufactured stuff at all in there anymore. It's kind of funny that our growth model's run is basically the same as Clanfolk. Yeah. I remember we played Clanfolk on the channel. I remember, if I remember incorrectly, I think we liked it, but it just had a lot of, stuff, this kind of thing. So let's set that to medical, because they've cleaned up the floor now. I think you got frustrated. Well, I remember there was the... Was that the one that they had the two different ways of the unlock system? That there was the first unlock system that I was like, this is weird, and then we played it the other way and like, this is the better unlock system? The one they were kind of moving to, I want to say. Like, I remember it wasn't one of those games that was like, oh, this is a bad game, I never want to play it again, so much as like, oh, this game's not ready yet. I think that was where we left off with that. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of slow for stream pace. You also ran into an X that we actually joked about a bit instead of being awkward, which was good. Yeah, where you develop research points. Right. Yeah, no, I remember liking that. I think ultimately I was like, oh, this is interesting, but it's not fully baked yet, is I think where we left off. It's all the way today here in Australia. 5 years in a row, no one came. Last year they did, so they bought a whole bunch of stuff. It's not really done here, though. Yeah, so we do... Okay, Heatwave, we still don't actually have the ability to make passive coolers. But so far we managed to survive the heat waves by just staying inside. But yeah, no, it's kind of a thing here in the US at a lot of places. It used to be back in the day that you would go from house to house to house to house to house. You would knock on their door, ring their bell, and go trick or treat. They'd come out, they'd give you candy, or they'd yell at you to get off their lawn. And that's kind of the way that worked. But as time has gone on, and part of it is just like TV scaring about random things that weren't actually really happening and all that kind of stuff. Fewer and fewer people wanted their kids wandering around doing that kind of stuff for a whole mess of reasons, many of them very legitimate concerns. But what they've moved towards a lot more is they have a bunch of different names for it, but there's like trunk or treat where you'll have like a school or a church or whatever, some organization, like some location, sometimes even like the local police department, where you'll have a bunch of people bring their cars to the parking lot, and they'll effectively do the trick or treat thing out of the trunk of their cars, where they'll have a bunch of candy, they'll give out the candy to the kids that go around in their costumes and all that. And a lot of people have moved to that because one, yeah, there's a huge spike in collisions involving pedestrians every Halloween. Correct. So like I said, there's a bunch of legitimate concerns, or some concerns that, one thing happened one time in one place, and then people like made it out to be this big like wave of thing. Kind of like what happened with the whole like kids supposedly drinking hand sanitizer. There was like one kid who did it one time once, and then we had like this big scare over it. But it's kind of like that kind of thing. They're gonna trigger all my traps. But so it's moved to that, and it's also nice because then you don't have to have your kids walking all over the neighborhood, where you have neighbors that maybe not all of them do you want to be around your kids for whatever reasons individually you prefer. Where's the last one? Sejukuki's like way behind. Okay, so it's triggered them as being combat. You can see how they all mashed out. Alright, well, that was like 450 steel that just disappeared. It's fine. I'm not keeping track. Maybe actually keeping track. Okay, so we're at 84 degrees. Let's also tell them to stop doing the torches. We need to get that cooler. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. Yeah, but it's just one of those things that they got overblown. But there's a whole mess of reasons that what ended up happening is people didn't really want their kids running around the neighborhood. You also had a lot of the older kids would pull pranks and harass the kids and steal their candy and do all sorts of stuff. And, you'd have kids egging houses and all that kind of stuff and toilet papering houses. So there's like lots of mischief and nefarious stuff that would happen. And, you know, for a lot of people, they feel it in good fun, but also if you've ever had to clean up a place after being toilet papered, it's not good-natured fun. I don't care what anyone says. It's not good-natured fun. It just isn't. It's terrible. Egging a house literally eats the paint off the side of their house, which is why that's not good-natured fun either. But, because of all that stuff, it just moved more and more to having a place, like, because you have that, you also have, yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But you'll have stuff like your local mall, your local strip mall, your, you know, school, church, police department, like, fire department, like, various places will have, like, even colleges will sit there and they'll have an area where they bring a whole bunch of people in, maybe they've set up a bunch of booths, but they'll have, like, a Halloween event at a location, so it's kind of like a safe location that, you know, you've got people watching to see if, you know, teenagers are roughing up little kids or whatever and stealing their candy. You've got people like keeping an eye to make sure people aren't doing other not so great things. It also means that kids like wandering around the neighborhood in the middle of the night, like people are like, hey, you know, could you not? Yeah, they also usually do it during the day, or if they do it in the evening, it's like not late evening. It's when it's just starting to get a little bit darker, but not dark, versus, you know, waiting till like 8-10 p.m. and having stuff go on. Because it was a thing that they were doing for a while, that they were like, okay, Halloween hours are officially like 7 to 10 p.m. or whatever. And people would be out well after that because they want to keep trying to get candy and all that. And there's a certain point, it's like, no, you kind of need to not be here. It's too late in the evening. You need to leave. Alright, so we're going to start needing to deal with the elephant population now. Because it is starting to balloon. So say only to adult males. You tried RimWorld after like 3 years break. It's so cool and chill. Some things never get old. Oh yeah. Overall it's a better idea, but it's sad on the nostalgia front. You love trick-or-treating? Yeah, and that's kind of thing. There was like, also hope someone would rough up my niece and nephew. You also hope someone would rough up your niece and nephew. Their mom and dad would probably have to bury the body. Well, yeah. Well, you don't want that either. You don't. Oh no, you're already here, Limes. You're alive. But it's also one of those things that, you know, you also don't want that kind of thing. Like some kid makes fun of some other kid's costume and they've got their parent with them, and then the parent, you know, starts getting in the face of the kid, and then their parent gets involved. Now you got parents fighting and all that kind of nonsense. A lot of the trunk or treat stuff just kind of handles all of that. So I actually very much like that it's moved that way, even though I do have fond memories and nostalgia for like running around and doing the trick-or-treating and all that. I also remember there's like lots of crappy stuff too. Like, checking out all the decorations people did, that was, like, the fun part of Halloween, was just seeing the people, like, you'd have a bunch of people, like, that put a pumpkin in their front yard, and that was about it. You know, no one cared about that. But you had the people who get, like, way over the top. How I learned to fight was the teenagers trick-or-treating. Yeah, but that's probably not a great like... That's those things that either A, you want that to be a lesson you don't have to learn, or also B, come on. I wonder if my AC adjusted itself again to be like, hey, what if I didn't make it cold and instead made it miserably hot? It did. That is exactly what it did. It precisely did that thing. You remember running around in snow boots with a parent in the car nearby, and when you stop being able to feel your fingertips? Oh yeah, no, I was up in, for most of the years that I was in the age group that you go trick-or-treating, I was in Michigan. And most years were fine, but there was definitely those years that it was a particularly cold winter, cold fall, like it came in early, that it was just like starting to have like an early snow. And you're like, this is terrible. I'm not having fun. Like, I'm loving the candy part of it, but that's the only part I'm loving of it. All right, manual slaughter. Cut that down. Your town still does trick-or-treating, but it's also a really small town. Doesn't have a bunch of people. Yeah, so like trick-or-treating is still technically done here, but the participation is so low there's no point. Because almost none of the houses will keep stuff up and around kind of thing. You grew up in Utah, so yeah, it was always like super cold and maybe snowing, yeah. But, oh, rhetorical bonded with one of the animals? Please be the one that we are holding back. Who did you bond with? You bonded with the elephant and then named it Affection. Alright. Okay. I've heard of worse names. You're like, how do I feel about this animal? Affection. Okay, what's its name? Affection. Oh, okay. For like 5 years it rained, it was horrible. Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons why a lot of them were doing stuff like hosting the event inside of malls. Especially in places where it rains a lot. Like, so if you're in the Pacific Northwest, for example, like that time of year it can be very, very rainy. And it can just like be a miserable experience to try and trick or treat, like everyone running around in, you know, ponchos and raincoats because it's just raining. So they moved that just because the weather wasn't that great. And then here in Florida, like right now it's not bad, but there's some years it'll still be like 80, 90 degrees outside, which is, you know, if you look at the fact that 71 degrees is 22 degrees Celsius here, we're talking, what, 25 degrees Celsius? Like, would be 80, 90-ish degrees Fahrenheit? Is my math right? I'm just kind of guesstimating that, not actually doing the math properly. Had 0 opportunities to fight in 32 years, except for fighting with my older brother, which is not for real, just because we're men. I think I won't ever fight, because there's no reason. Yeah. My stance with fighting is, if I got in a fight, don't expect me to fight fair, because I didn't voluntarily enter that fight. Which means, there are no rules. If I don't get to consent my way into a fight, there's no rules, you shouldn't expect any rules. Because I didn't get my choice. Are you dealing with those ducks? Oh, you actually... Oh, because they broke the barricade, you're actually bringing those in. Alright. Like, I only got into, like, 2-3 fights in my whole life. And, like, the one was like, that's dirty fighting. It's like, hey, you sucker punched me. That's dirty fighting. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna do all the work, but yeah. Not sure. I know, I understand 1 to 100 is not Fahrenheit. Yeah, no, like it's different if you're boxing or fencing, like you're having a fighting sport where both people are like, hey, we're gonna do this, and you've got all your rules and your safety equipment and everything is fine. Sure, absolutely. But like, if we're talking like a fight just out in the wild kind of thing, yeah, no, if fistful of dirt, A-okay in my book. Oh, I didn't set it. Like it's like, one of us wanted this, the other one didn't. The one who didn't is going to just do what they can to finish it. There's a good time to mention that the radio apparently, there's now a Florida Man games. Yeah. Like, I don't get upset about the Florida Man thing. I do try to educate people why the Florida Man thing exists, which I know I've mentioned a number of times on the channel because people bring up Florida Man. And for those who don't know where Florida Man comes from, Florida Man is actually, weirdly, comes from a progressive thing here in Florida. You know, one of the few. Which is that we have our criminal records, our public record kind of thing. And that's part of, we have what's referred to as the Sunshine Laws. And what the Sunshine Laws actually do is they make a lot of government records public records. So when there's a bunch of meetings with like mayors and the council, that's public record. They don't do closed door things. They're required to publish that. Now, they can omit stuff like account numbers and addresses and other things for safety reasons, but like the core thing, the actual documents are public record. And it's not that people don't find way around them or whatever, but the point is, it's public record. But that does include police records. So what ends up happening is when it's a slow news week, people go and look up the Florida, criminal records and see what arrests happened that were over something absolutely ridiculous, and they'd write a story about it. So sadly, Florida does not have a monopoly on people doing dumb stuff. We actually don't even have a significantly higher ratio. We're pretty much in line. We just have a very large population, and that, like everywhere else, people do dumb stuff. But it created the Florida man thing. Let's see, you want to learn how heavily armed combat in the SCA? But life keeps getting in the way? Oh, cool. You got into one real fight and it was because somebody sucker punched my friend. Yeah, I've been in, so the one that stands out for me is I had one where, and this is like middle school, that someone thought I was, I guess, making a move on their girlfriend or something or other, and they had the wrong individual entirely. Like, I wasn't even the person they actually suspected of it. I just looked kind of like the person. But they just ran up and sucker punched me. So it was a fight. You don't, like, when someone attacks you, you don't really get a whole lot of choice about whether or not you're in a fight. And then the other one was with, like, a cousin that I couldn't tell you what it was about to this day. It was one of those fights that you got into a fight and things were going on, all that, and you kind of went, why are we fighting? Like, what is this about? Why are we here? So I couldn't tell you who started it. I couldn't tell you what is over. We were just, for some reason, we were fighting. I don't know why. That would have been like late middle school, early high school, something like that. But that was the only two. Generally I had people who tried to start fights with me, but I usually didn't humor them. Because the way I looked at it is, if you have some bully trying to get you to rise to them, one, you get them what you want if you do rise to them. Two, if you do fight them, guess what? You get expelled too, or suspended. So, they still win. If you react, they win. If they get to bully you and you don't react, they win. Luckily, our teachers are pretty good, and it was a whole thing. Yeah, I mean, well, the answer is when they're bullying, there shouldn't be anything farther. You pull that kid aside who's bullying and be like, hey, shape up or ship out. And that's pretty much the way it works. They either shape up or they ship out. But like the fighting back kind of thing, I understand why they punish for that. Like, I do think we should discourage people from resorting to violence, even if someone is causing problems. But, the answer is to get ahead on the bully and, by all means not, like, they're kids, people make mistakes, don't just immediately expel them and be done with it, but, start doing something like, hey, here are the consequences for your actions, and if they escalate, then the consequences escalate. I don't know, it's one of those things that doesn't necessarily, there's not an answer that is, this is a solid win across the board. Let's see, had a bully that picked on me. Took a pencil, I have mod buttons that are pencil case in high school. He had enough, and when he said to get back, he refused, and somehow I got him a headlock and hit his head on his desk. Yeah, that was the only fight you're in. Yeah, I think, my older brother had someone who picked a fight with them. And he's not much of a fighting person kind of thing. Like, he's just not that kind of person. He's not someone who, like, rises or whatever. I guess he just gotten tired of it and just got the guy into a headlock and just held him there till the teacher got there. Just, like, basically just held him there and let the guy just, like, kind of punch him or whatever. Just like, whatever. Like, wasn't, like, trying to choke him out or just, like, basically just pinned him so he couldn't really do anything effective till the teacher came over, and then... Which, if you're gonna have to do that, that's a good way of doing things. Because you're like, hey, look, I'm not escalating, I'm not trying to hurt the kid, I've gotten myself out of being injured, like, I'm deliberately not escalating this farther, I'm doing what I can do. Because when I was a kid, a boy bullied me, and the one time he pushed me into a water fountain and hit my face, Told the front office it was on cameras. He didn't bully me again after that. Yeah, right, a safe stalemate. Exactly. And I don't know the details about that. I got the aftermath report on that one from both friends and my parents and from him. That is kind of all the same. Yeah, and I had a number of times that I had people who were would come after me bullying, and I would absolutely turn them into the teacher. Zero questions about that. I would 100% make sure I could gain all the witnesses and evidence I could, take that crap right to the teacher and be done with it. Because I found that ended up being way more effective than, again, fighting back. You know, trying to outdo them, avoid them, whatever. Get the authority figure to, you know, get their parents in on it. Usually that's the thing that would solve the problem. The parents especially. Like, as long as they can, like, hide it at school, it doesn't get very far. But the moment they get home and their parents, like, you know, giving a mouthful, then it's much harder for them, because those consequences stick with them at home. Says girlfriend is thin, but we got huge knuckles. Once in middle school, a friend of mine thought I was dating his girl, and he said that we should meet behind the school after the lessons, up and fight in bare hands, because he asked to teach me, and nothing happened, because he understood that he got it wrong, and was afraid of my knuckles. I had people, you know, do the classic, like, hey, you know, after school, meet me by the tree, and I'm like, why the hell would I do that? That was usually my response, like, hey, you know, like, whatever their issue was, like, meet me by the tree after school. It's like, no, why would I do that? Why would I rise to, like, let you pick a fight with me, where you can have every term you want, and I have no recourse to protect myself other than fist fighting, which I don't want to do in the first place? Why would I agree to that? I was never the person who felt like I had to prove how manly I was or whatever nonsense. I always thought people who need to do that were dumb. Like, don't get me wrong, I guess I get people lack confidence and all that, but whenever you have the person like, oh yeah, well, if you're a real man, you're gonna show up, it's like, why? What? Why? That makes no sense. That someone can pick a fight with you, force you into a fight, because if you back down, you're supposedly not manly. Why? Do you agree with the movement to legally move Halloween to the last Saturday of October? I didn't realize it was a movement, but it makes sense not doing it on a school night. Because I definitely know a lot of parents wouldn't let their kids participate because of that. I can't remember if you're flammable or not. I don't think you are. Being a girl, you never got that kind of bullying. Being a guy, I never got that kind of bullying. Like, there's a lot of people who are just very insecure and feel like they have to, you know, stand up, defend whatever their manliness, their man card, whatever garbage it is. And honestly, that's, like, I feel like that's one of the things I'm actually very happy about nowadays, is that we're a lot more aware of how a lot of that kind of nonsense can be toxic and get people to do stuff that's dangerous and stupid and bad for them, both, like, short and long term and all that nonsense. And as such, people are a lot better about not taking the bait. And also people calling out people for trying to create those situations that are needlessly dangerous and dumb. It's kind of like the same thing where, you know, we're not talking like innocent little pranks, but like pranks. You know, people escalating pranks. Like that's kind of fallen out of common things. They're like, oh yeah, don't do that. Alright, so the fog's done. Like little pranks like, haha, you know, I gave you some, you know, I put something spicy in your food. Like that kind of stuff, whatever. If you're cool with your friends doing that, you're on the same page, that's fine. As long as Cookie, please stop running in the fire. That's the second time Cookie's lit themselves on fire by just, no. Go to the hospital. Go to rest. That's the second time we've had a fire that Cookie's like, no, nature run, in the fire. Fire pretty. Alright, did you get treated? You have not been. Go treat this person. Okay. Being treated by your sibling. Yeah, Kira talking about there's the show called Jackass is popular. It got automodded. But yeah, no, I was the same way as I really didn't like the show, because to me it was like the worst kind of pranking. A lot of the people being pranked often weren't in on it kind of thing. So it was kind of happening to people versus happening with people. Like, again, it's totally fine that if you and the other person, like, if you're both not laughing at the end of it, it's not a good prank. Like, if you're both not laughing, there's a victim. And I know people disagree, which is totally fine. Should make her a pyromaniac if you get the chance, fit the character. I just realized all the kids are daughters. I was kind of mimicking this up. Yeah. Okay, so you got a mech cluster attack. This should actually probably go pretty okay. We can go ahead and grab everyone. Bring it on in. I mean, I was actually expecting to use the elephants, but that works too. Yeah, putting salt in a friend's coffee instead of sugar. Like, again, as long as both people are cool with pranks, that's the key. Because a lot of what happens with the pranking, please don't... Oh, that's a rock. Never mind, you can sleep on that. I thought you were sleeping on a rotting corpse. I was like, please don't do that. And another baby is on the way. But yeah, like again, and the big thing is to make sure both people or all the people involved are cool with it, is the whole thing. Like, if you're good with practical jokes kind of things, like again, you know, putting sugar in something, maybe taking someone's coffee, put like a little bit of cayenne in it or whatever. Again, assuming everyone's cool with that kind of thing. And they don't need to be knowing about the individual prank, obviously, that spoils the prank. But just that you have that understanding. They're calling you out when the whole class is present. It's hard to refuse a fist fight. It's at least how it was in our school. Not a common thing, but it's important. You've seen a real fight in school once in like 11 years. So, if someone is calling me out trying to make a scene in the middle of school, which I did have. Like, you know, they're trying to make a situation where if you effectively, like, back down, that supposedly, again, you're not manly, you're a pushover, whatever BS they give. Honestly, to me, taking that bait and taking that fight just lets everyone know all they have to do is call you a coward or whatever thing is the thing that gets under your skin, and they can effectively get you suspended. That they now control you. That's the way I looked at it. Now, obviously, the fear is that, again, people wouldn't take you seriously. They would see you as a coward. They would see you as weak, whatever nonsense. But that's them basically trying to take control of your situation, to choose your situation for you, to make consequences for actions you didn't commit. But for me, I was usually very confident in myself. Like, well, I wasn't necessarily confident in the situations I was always in, that kind of thing. But as far as, like, I was never someone who was like, oh, you know, people aren't going to think I'm manly enough, that kind of garbage. In that scenario, I'd mock them and take their decisions from them in return. Nah, I definitely know there was one time where I basically called someone really sad that they'd have, like, really sad that that's how they had to make themselves feel important. Yeah, teenagers aren't really aware of their consequences. Not really. But that's the whole reason why you have to have, you know, your authority figures of your teachers and principal and that involved in those kind of things. That way, you know, when someone gets uppity, you kind of pull the kid aside. You go, hey, just so you know, like, you're in trouble. Here's what you've done. Here's why it's a problem. You know, get the parents involved as well. And I understand not all parents do a good job or care or whatever. Most of them do try. But, like, it's pretty rare you have parents who, like, legitimately are just uninvolved. But you get the parents involved that way. If there is any of that back at home, they handle it as well. We're going to need to expand the area the elephants are in, because they are overeating what we've got growing here, and our people aren't keeping up. But I think that's fine, because we can just go here, zone, expand, elephants. Here, it's yours, have it. Eat, be merry. Because they should still keep coming back to sleep in the beds up here. So they should mostly still be in this area. If we're in the abyss. Yeah. But no, it's a thing that it takes time and effort. It's never about bullying in my case. I managed to be loved by almost everyone with no physical enforcement involved, just saying. Yeah. Well, it's usually someone. Well, I mean, you got struck by lightning. That's not really your fault. It usually is. Almost always when you run into stuff like bullying and all that, the person who is bullying has something that is a problem, like whatever it is, and it's not your responsibility or your fault to deal with that problem as like the other person in the situation, but like it can be insecurity, it can be a whole range of things. So getting more people involved is a good way to start tackling all that kind of stuff. Like I've talked that I wish it was just a normal practice we would have, like not even just school age, like adult life too, that it would just be a normal practice, that the way you go in and have your annual physical, like they check your blood pressure, your cholesterol, and yada yada yada. I wish we'd have the same thing, kind of like a mental health, mental wellness check-in. Just saying, hey, are you feeling down? Are you having a difficult time? Like just that kind of touch point. Because I feel like that kind of thing would do so much for people that we wouldn't wait till thing reaches a level of crisis. That you get ahead of these things that lead to people lashing out, to people bullying, to all these other things. Because you get ahead of whatever the actual thing that is causing that behavior. At the bullier school, he apologized. We had a school reunion. He brought his husband with him. Yeah. I only ran into one of the people who was a bully in our school after getting out of school. Like, there was a couple of them that are boys, but I ran into one of them who was. I was crossing through. There's a town between me and where the town I grew up in is at, and he was working the gas station along the way there. And nah, that's not true. There's two boys I've run into. I ran into that one there, and he didn't really have anything to say so much as like he's kind of embarrassed about the whole thing. And I actually interviewed another one for a job, and he assumed that because he had bullied me that there's no way he's getting the job, and I actually fought for him to get the job, but he didn't get it ultimately because it wasn't just my say. But it was one of those things. It was very clear that he had matured and grown up and was much better now than he had been. You know, because dumb kids do dumb kid things. I'm not going to hold that against him for the rest of his life. But, it was one of those things that, like, afterwards, he's like, yeah, like, I think he made the comments like, yeah, like, I realize I'm not going to get this job, but, like, I do feel bad about it, that kind of thing. And that's not even why I gave him a chance. Like, during the interview, he did perfectly fine. Like, I didn't have any reason I would. All right, so we're not letting that stay in here with this many kids. The panther, I mean. This many kids, that panther will absolutely kill someone. Did the kid who pushed you into the water fountain end up being nicer and kind of a friend at the end of high school? Yeah. Would you get over here? That's the whole idea, is you're supposed to be with me. There we go. That way when that happens, get in there, elephants. Children retreat. There you go. Just because those kids can get one-tapped pretty easy. Alright, I just didn't want that panther to be in here. Alright. But you ran to one of your bullies the other day working the McDonald's drive-thru. Yeah. Like the other one, like I said, it was like late middle school, early high school. More late middle school, honestly. Because it doesn't give away. His nickname was Nicotine Nick. You can guess why. But yeah. He ended up having a rough time in high school and after high school. Like, a lot of his decisions caught up to him. But it ended up making him for a better person later on. But yeah, he was pretty insufferable in high school, or middle school. He liked nicking people's nicotine. He was one of the kids who'd go behind the portables and smoke very regularly. Does you know that's a problem for people still working? Why people love me? Even though it's kind of average or passive being social? That was because I was good at being average, who knows? Yeah. Like, there was stuff I did that made me stand out, which is part of the reason I got targeted. But, and I used to not be the greatest kid when I was, like, in elementary school. I kind of made the conscious choice, when I left Michigan to come down to Florida, that I wanted to be better. But it's not like I would pull on people's hair kind of thing. But, you know, what people would refer to as honesty to a fault, which is usually just bullying. It's bullying, but justifying it with yourself. Because, like, there's honesty to a fault that could be a good thing. That someone asks you for criticism, and you give them legitimate criticism. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's, like, the honesty to a fault where you walk up to someone, you're like, oh, well, that shirt looks terrible on you. And you're like, oh, well, I'm just being nice and honest. It's like, or you're being a jerk. That's also a possibility. You're surprised the colony is still alive? Surprised with RimWorld, not you? Yeah. Actually, you actually managed to get that going. Let's go ahead and... more psychic powers. Because everyone's constantly calling him Kira's little brother. Remember, graduate, your brother started, that he came home one day and he was mad at me for being popular. Yeah. I did relatively well. Like, middle school, I was very much like, I'd play Magic the Gathering. I collected the Star Wars card game. I was definitely in, like, what was for the time, like, the out crowd. Like, you were into all that nerd stuff before nerd stuff was popular. And that kind of changed as things got to high school. It was still kind of a thing that, like, people were really not into it. But at the same time, it was starting to become, like, more socially acceptable kind of thing. That more people were getting into computer games and whatever. And so it wasn't in, like, the out crowd as much then. It kind of just became, like, oh yeah, you're just another person. Not that people still wouldn't bully on it. It was just way, way fewer. What was I even looking at? There's something... So we've got this person here for 3 more days. What was the message? There's a message here. Oh, right. We're just going to check what the ability we got was. We got Chaos Skip, which teleport the target to a random position near where it started. Objects above a certain size cannot be teleported. Cool. Wasn't popular, but you left year 11 and went to a different school and was accepted, not bullied. It was refreshing. Oh yeah. Does he have my power mechanic linked to a car entry? Oh, what could possibly go wrong? So they actually won't typically burn the so, like, amusingly enough, stuff like the anima tree is not flammable. If you look at its flammability, it's 0%. I believe the Garlean trees are the same way. The stuff around it is super flammable. I don't think the tree itself is flammable. I don't remember, though. I'm gonna leave that fire going. I know it's 84 in there, but I'm just gonna turn it off and have to turn it back on again. But he almost became a flirty kid over a Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster pack. Are you saying he almost caused the scene? 100% flammable? Gotcha. Well, that sucks. So far, bad time for that group. You bear with me, chat, for just a second. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna quickly pause the game, put up an away screen, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be right back once I get that done. So I'll be right back. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Or whatever. No wonder I couldn't pronounce. It's a made-up name. So it's Ashley or whatever. And in fact, it's actually Ashley. That, for the record, I have not seen this. Like, I've seen the intro screen and that people did it, but I have not. This was actually just a very funny coincidence. You know for a fact it's actually Ashley, but she had to add the extra letters to make herself feel better than everyone. And this is an impronounceable mess, so you know, Ashley it is. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest. All like are very not comfy. All right, we can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gone with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. Okay. Yeah, Subnautica's wonderful. We did definitely do the playthrough of the regular. Oh yeah, yeah. And it was, for the record, that was actually Sentient Cookie who did that. Like, I was like, it's probably Sentient Cookie, and then, you know, like, a melt later, like, Sentient Cookie, like, doing the little smile emote in chat. But, yeah, no, I played Subnautica 1, and I played Subnautica Below Zero, or whatever it was called. We did both of those in the chat, like, on the channel, like, back-to-back. Like, I had a lot of fun with them. I do agree, it's kind of the same thing, that once you play through it, like, you can play it again, but it doesn't... I don't know, it doesn't have the same thing, because you know where stuff is on the map. So it's not hard to figure out. I don't think it's a procedurally generated map, if I remember correctly. I think it is a handcrafted map, right? I'm pretty sure it's handcrafted. I'm like 99% sure it's handcrafted. So once you learn your way around the map, you just know your way around the map. So it is kind of one of those things, once you play it like once, you know, oh, well, that's where I go to get this thing, and that's where I go to get that thing. Like, discoverability and exploration is one of the primary things that make that game interesting. So once you've done it, you've done it. And to a certain extent, that's true of Project Zomboid as well when we're playing that. Is just the whole thing of, like, once you know where to find certain things and where certain Easter eggs are and all that kind of stuff, exploring stops really having any value. You just kind of know where to look for things. You almost got a record for shoplifting? Oh yeah, that's no good. Oh, I see. Yeah, so you were saying you almost shoplifted some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah, that's not good. I remember like one of my first jobs was working a grocery store, and we had the situation where a kid had, and this is like a little kid. We're talking like 3 years old or something like that. They had a candy bar or something. I can't remember what it was they grabbed. It's some type of like candy bar or something like off the shelf, like when you're walking out of the area. And the kid grabbed it, and it's not that they were thinking about stealing it. They grabbed it, and they didn't have hands to like put it in their pocket or whatever. And, you know, went out of the store. Like, they didn't even realize they were stealing. Like, they're at that age where they don't even really understand that whole thing. But, they got out to the car or whatever, and at some point, very shortly after, like, the mom had noticed that this kid had grabbed this thing, drug their kid back into the store, drug them back into line, like, you need to apologize. Basically, they're doing the whole, like, making an example learning moment, saying, hey, you took this or not, you don't do that. Like, nip this in the bud so that we never have to worry about, like, surprise things that we didn't intend to bring home that... whatever. And, of course, the kid was very upset. Understandably so, because they didn't really grasp everything going on. But it is, yeah, exactly as Donkey Duck saying, yeah, you went through that as a kid, it stayed with you. That's exactly the idea. That's like, you don't do this. This is not acceptable behavior. And all that. I'm trying to remember what they did, because it's one of those things that once someone like grabs something they pocket, they take it outside, especially in Florida with how hot it is. No, that would have been Florida, with how hot it is. Like taking a candy bar outside into the heat and not like eating it or like, you know, getting into your car where it cools off real fast. It'll just be a melted mess. So it's not like we could really resell it. I can't remember if the parent bought it and kept it for themselves or what actually happened. I don't remember the conclusion. I just remember the kid being like really, really upset. Which again is actually kind of the point. You know, they've done something wrong. They didn't realize what they were doing, but they did do something they weren't supposed to. And now you're circling back being like, this is unacceptable behavior. We don't do this. Like, all that kind of nonsense. Wonder why they're putting the glitter in here, because this is only normal preference. That's critical, so you should always prefer that. I mean, it's fine. I've still got, like, 20-something glitter up there, so we're good. You stole Snicker bars when you were 13 from a supermarket, and I was peer pressured by 2 of my friends. 6 years later, I ended up working there. They stole a few chocolate bars, and I only took one. I was so scared. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that, like, it can get you in a lot of trouble. Like, you sit there, and even for, like, a Snicker bars, if they push you can get yourself a misdemeanor charge for it. And now it's just on your record. You know, and we don't need to get into whether that's justified or, like, that's a whole different conversation. But it's like, there's the risk there is so high that just, like, yeah, it, like, that's not the thing to do. Because you're so scared of stealing that you're double-checking everything every time and making sure all my pockets are closed as I shop. Yeah, I'm not worried about that kind of thing. I've never accidentally taken off of something outside of a store. But I never put stuff in my pockets ever inside a store, because even if you're doing everything fine, you're like, oh, I just don't have hands. It looks like you're trying to shoplift. And so I worry about the optics of it, that, you know, someone will think I'm shoplifting and it becomes the whole thing. You think you stole, like, a fuzzy keychain thing? It was an accident, but I remember when I realized I hid it and was terrified to be found out and go to jail. Yeah. I know a bunch of people be like, oh, we need to be, like, really hard on the people who do that kind of stuff. And it's also the catch with that. If you don't think you're going to be caught, the consequences don't mean anything. That's the reasons why, where you hear people propose, like, absolutely ridiculous over-the-top punishments for stuff, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, that doesn't actually work. If I didn't think I was going to get caught, it doesn't matter if it was a death sentence. I'm just going to assume I'm not going to get caught, so your consequence is meaningless. Because I don't think I'm going to face it. So to be honest, the guy who caught me was ready to essentially blackmail me. Actually, with Pops, yeah, there's jerks who do that. Like, there was a lot of stuff that kids around me did that got themselves in trouble that I just never had interest in. Not because, like, you know, like, better than them, whatever, or anything like that, because I don't truly believe that. It's just one of those things I'm like, you're being dumb. Like, that's... that's just how I look. It's like, you're being dumb. You're risking your future for who knows what. Alright. But kids are impulsive. I mean, adults can be impulsive too. There, get those out of here. Now I don't have those weird spots just in the middle of our fields that we can't grow in. Yeah, you're like 11 or something? Yeah. Yeah, no, that was, I never realized how bad shoplifting and all that really gets till I worked retail. And you just see, like, how much stuff goes missing. It's like one thing where it's like, okay, stuff going missing, it's like, oh, that's something like essential for living. You get why a person does that. They can't afford it and they physically need it to live. Sure, they're gonna steal it. Like telling someone it's like, but that's dishonest, but the alternative is you like die or something. Yeah, they're going to steal it. Why wouldn't they? But when they're stealing all sorts of stuff, like again, like candy, or we would have like where I worked, we had tools, we had people stealing like big old toolkits that they would just go to like put on eBay for a fraction of the price. That got really out of hand. It was like, and you'd go through and you'd find empty packages everywhere in your stores, even with cameras and everything going. It's like amazing how much stuff people actually steal. You were to TJ Maxx? People stole so many things, purses a lot for some reason. Yeah, like it's again one of those things, like when someone steals like a specific size drill bit, you go, okay, I get it, you can't, like, you couldn't afford it, you needed it for a job, you stole it. Like, I'm not saying that's good, I understand how you got to that position. But then when people are like, you know, stealing some silly little, like, shop light kind of thing, it's like, well, you don't need that. So you're just kind of stealing it to steal it, or because you intended reselling it. Alright, we're starting to hit the limit of what rhetorical can keep tamed with the number of elephants, so we need to actually start doing the auto slaughter. So we'll say 4 adults. Now, when you were 19, your girlfriend is 18. Her friend stole makeup from the store. She got caught and a conviction. So hard to travel overseas. Yep. And I always have mixed feelings with that one, because it's one point it's like, okay, by all means, actually, to the consequences, yada yada yada. At the same time, it's those things that the kid makes a dumb mistake, and there's a certain point where it's like, all right, but the dumb mistake should fall off their record, so long as they haven't been, you know, continuing to make dumb mistakes. Like, obviously, if last Tuesday they continue to do something awful, they're actively continuing to do the behavior. Sure. But, you know, you'll have the kid who gets in trouble and, like, right after high school gets a record, and that follows them around for just short of ever. Or for so incredibly long, it's just silly. Yeah, it's 20-ish years ago? Mm-hmm. I don't think that's reasonable. I fully believe people should have second chances and whatnot. That reminds you of your police department background checks? And how they go through your entire life? Yep. Well, that's the scary thing, is you get in trouble like that, and just getting a job in the future becomes difficult because you got this thing on your record that will be there for almost ever. Alright, we're gonna need to allow you out here, because right now they're just gonna keep going and standing on that trap, and there's a real good chance sooner or later they'll trigger the trap and get hurt. Nope, not that zone. We're gonna say area 1, we're gonna let them go out to this range for right now. It's a temporary thing. Okay, and we've got range, so now we're gonna get rid of it. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. Like, I do feel like with a lot of that stuff, if they've done something wrong, especially when you're younger, You've done something wrong, sure, you get a record, but after N amount of time, it drops off. It shouldn't show up in background checks or anything anymore, so long as there's not been continued behavior. If there's continued behavior, by all means, make it stick. But if the bad behavior goes away, okay. And obviously, there's thresholds for that. If the crime is serious enough, then that kind of stuff sticks longer. But stuff like petty theft should fall off after a couple of years, so long as it's not a reoccurring thing. But like getting a misdemeanor for stealing a Snickers bar and had it sit with you for 15 plus years, that's no good. If you're 18 and you did that, that means it's gonna stick with you until you're like, what, like 32? 33 if it's 15 years. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Longclaw? Let's see. November says, I worked at a call center when COVID started, and we were forced to work remotely. We were given expensive headsets, not laptops, only headsets, and some people refused to give those back after quitting. Like, it's just a headset, but it's $100 and what they made, and they're not giving it to the ones they do not trust. Yeah. For those who don't know, Longclaw, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole variety of games on here. Looks like you've got 7 Days to Die on the schedule from the looks of it, but played stuff like Bannerlord, playing a whole range of things. Has played Project Zomboid in the past. Good times over there, definitely worth checking out. A lot of like strategy games over there as well. Let's see. The irony for me was that you failed to check because you had a medical marijuana card and legally used it. And the recruiter didn't like how I pointed out that if I had gone the illegal route, they wouldn't have known. I do honestly feel like a lot of that stuff they shouldn't be able to, because that can get into disability stuff, that people use marijuana, among other things, to help deal with stuff like pain management with disability. I personally believe what medications and all that you use, none of your employer's business, unless it's very directly going to be a danger for the job. Like, if you had a drug, for example, that caused narcolepsy, which is where you fall asleep just kind of out of nowhere, then obviously you operating heavy machinery would be a risk. That would be the exception. But outside of that, it's your employer's, none of their business. Like, if you're working a desk job, doesn't matter. And you have people talk about, like, well, how productive the employee can be and yada, yada, yada. And my first answer is no employee is 100% productive, so scratch that. And the second thing is every employee is going to have some amount of work they're expected to do. It doesn't matter anything else. If I am hitting my numbers, go away. Life and work are different spaces, sort of like church and state. Yep. Alright, so why is our stuff not keeping up with growing? We've got 2 people doing it, and the elephants aren't allowed to eat this area. They can eat this outer area up here, but this area is kind of off limits. We do have plenty of raw food and cooked food, so we're doing okay there. We're running out of kibble. Alright, trying to think of how I want to deal with this. That's fine. Because we're pushing our limit on what we can handle as far as food. I mean, part of it is we have all the edible food, and they're immediately beelining to planting that stuff. Which is certainly a curiosity. So we're saying, when my brother went to a job at Amazon, they wanted him to do a drug urine sample. The doctor put down that he used to drink excessively. He stopped drinking for 5 months, and he got the job. But they moved him an hour farther. Oh, like an hour later than he wanted the schedule? Sorry, I'm not understanding. So at your job, your boss explicitly said that I was not to come into work if I were to take a pain medicine like hydrocodone, or Oxycontin, wherever you spell the medicine. Like, yeah, so don't show up at work while currently on it. Like, that for certain things can be very justifiable, depending again on the medication, what the job is. Like, if you're dealing with machinery that can be dangerous, anything that can impair your judgment is a solid no-go. Things that could cause, like, control and all that. Why would they force you to take a drug sample now? Oh, some employers just do that here in the U.S. That they're like, if you want the job, you have to do a drug screening. It's mandatory. If you refuse, you automatically do not get the job. I honestly don't think they should be allowed to do that personally. Yep, it is legal. At least I mean, it could be state by state, it might not be legal, but federally it is. Also avoid pain medications like it's a plague. Yeah, that's fine. Except the way they said, if you used at all in the last 7 years, you'd be disqualified. But yeah. No, that's just one of those things that I'm very much in the mindset when it comes to jobs. Everything you do like outside of work is none of your employer's business unless it very directly, puts problems on work. That's the only time that's like, okay, that is acceptable for you to ask that. Again, if I am dealing with something that would very specifically make my job dangerous or whatever. Otherwise, if you say I'm expected to deliver 10 widgets a shift, and I deliver 10 widgets a shift without, putting any danger on anyone or whatever, it's none of their business. Yeah, it's here in Australia, they want you to do a drug urine sample to make sure you're not on drugs or alcohol or opioids. Not all, but it's up to the job. Yeah, it's the same thing here. And that's around when you had your wisdom teeth removed? Yeah, so it's not unusual for when you have your wisdom teeth removed that they give you like a legit painkiller to deal with it. That says you tested for all jobs here in the States. I've tested for most of my jobs. Later career jobs stopped asking. So it's weird that like the jobs that usually ask for it are like when I was working retail they asked for it, when I was working foods they asked for it, when I was working tourism. Once I got myself established and I had lots of working experience in like software dev, they stopped asking. Because with international corporation companies, it has a loophole to test on offer. However, random screenings after employee is illegal because you have to offer consent to get the offer. You've been tested all jobs, yeah. Surgery, drugs, and yep. You've been in finance and local gov. They're going to. Oh yeah, almost every government education job I've absolutely been tested in. Like every single one. And I've also had those where they do the random screening stuff. And I've had some employers where they have like an automatic system that is truly, like it truly is random, where it just, like we even had the CEO and that get drawn more than once in a year for the random screening. Because I think it was like twice a year it would do it, and they got drawn both times in 1 year. Which I thought was pretty funny. Because other companies I've been in, they had jobs that were excluded from random screening. I'm like, uh-huh. Sure. Alright, so you want silver. Okay. Pretty sure most IT HR will fail if they got tested randomly. A lot of jobs will. But they're usually in software dev. If you deal with production or have to have access to personal information, you have to be tested. So that's the thing. I've been in those exact same roles, and like I said, the first couple of jobs that was true. And any job that was very specifically working with government or government contracting, that was true. But outside that, I haven't been screened in a single one of those software jobs. Like, it's kind of accepted if you manage to, like, hold a job for 5-6 years experience that they don't need a thing. Maybe it's an American thing, the same as looking at your social media. Why would anyone care? Yeah. Honestly, a lot of it is you end up having a whole bunch of people apply for a job, and they're just looking for any reason to disqualify people to get to a manageable number. And so, sure, the first couple things they choose actually do make sense, like, hey, do you have working experience or credentials of any kind to show that you've got, that, you know, you're someone who could potentially do the job? Like, sure, makes sense. Screen on that stuff. Absolutely. Makes sense. If you're hiring for a senior position and they have zero experience, that's a problem. But the issue is as they get down and they get to the point that it starts becoming more and more of a stretch to disqualify people. Let's see. Darth Strider said, you know what? You actually have not taken every single word of those pills bottle? It's still full. Not gonna change. I mean, that's fine. Like, you make your own choices. Security control for some certification. There's no choice but the company's certification. I mean, I'm not sure what certification that'd be. As I've said, I've definitely worked at companies that we weren't required to have any kind of screening, random or otherwise. Again, not government contract. Those are a different story. Those we did require. But like your basic security screenings, not a big deal. I've worked finance. It wasn't required. Even charitable stuff I wasn't required with working that, and that was with multiple countries. We had the charities we were dealing with. So I'm not sure outside, again, government contracts, because that absolutely will require screening. I'm not sure which ones require screening. I haven't heard that. I've also, I mean, I've been in software league. It's only been the last couple of years, I think. SOC2 or ISO, HIPAA. So HIPAA, I don't know. I've not worked with HIPAA. I'm pretty sure I've worked with ISO that did not require it, and I don't know about SOC2. I don't think ISO requires it. HIPAA might. Let's do compressed fractures. So you're giving Oxycontin? Like that. The doctor stated I shouldn't use it if I have respiratory issues. I have bad asthma. Yeah, bad asthma. You have refused to take them. Yep. Let's see, you're working in disability aged care. You need police check. Working with children, check. Yeah, no, when you're working like service roles and medical and all that, they're a lot stricter. Like that's the whole reason why when I said like except government jobs, you know, the government jobs are very, very strict about that. No, I understand there's multiple levels of ISO. I don't remember off the top of my head what we had. But you can absolutely work in dev and not require regular screenings. Like without like deliberately trying to avoid either. Ooh, that's getting a little bit juicier. 10 people raid. Bring the animals. Let's make sure we have everyone set up here. Bring you two. But yeah. And it could also be like a state-by-state thing, a whole bunch of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that goes into what you do and don't need. Why does it feel like you're never here, Cookie? Every time there's a fight, you're on the opposite side of the map and you just completely miss out. Wait for it. Release the elephants. Yeah, how's it like? How do you like it when I bunch up an army on a single tile like you're not supposed to be allowed to do? Yeah, feels good, huh? Feels good, NPCs? You do that crap to me all the time. Payback is absolutely, like, just a deal. I'm actually surprised they're still fighting. They're down to one person. Yeah, sweet vengeance. It's karma. Oh man, did I really knock down that many of them? We knocked down a whole lot of them without actually killing them. Like, 4 of them, I think. So you're capturing. You're capturing. Excuse me. I don't have enough beds for my prisoners. For the record, there's 0 chance we're actually getting all of these people. So, Sanjay Cookie, you get to capture someone too. Too many prisoners? Well, we're just gonna release them again. You're enjoying it too much to reel it in, please. There's enough time for that later. Hey, I have been screwed by the thing where all of the people pile into one tile so many times because it doesn't register they're in combat until they're there, and then they like balloon into your army and shove your people back and are just now in your ranged force. That having that happen to them with me throwing elephants at them feels really good. Did you get scary to roll crab stabbing with a knife? Yeah, so I am thinking, like I haven't got anything commissioned. That's the only reason why it's going on. Where we have that scary thing, which is just Doki Doki Literature Club stuff. For those who don't know, that's a psychological horror game. It's a psychological horror game. There's not a lot more to say about it. So let's see how many of these ones we actually managed to save, because I suspect we will lose two. Oh, that one's super dead. Yeah, Tosca there is super, super dead. And now everyone who's capable of medical, which is everyone but Senshin Cookie because they're too young. Let's see how many we can manage to prevent dying. Oh, that's 2 dead. Will I be right? My prediction was 2, and I didn't look at the percents on them. It's just with how many we grabbed. Okay, so you're going to release to give me standings. You're going to be released to give me standings. Alright, Server Lord, you have a good one. Or the PZ raid noise. And RimWorld raid noise? Project Zomboid raid noise? What would be the Project Zomboid raid noise sound? I'm not aware. Lurk mode engage. Lurk away. Okay. Oh, the jump scare? Yeah, no, I won't do the jump scare noise. You'll notice with the jump scare things we're doing here, it's not like a loud, like, you know, violin shriek or anything like that. It's kind of just the little, you know, little giggle or whatever. I don't want to put a noise that's like, you know, a siren or an alarm or anything like that just to be played constantly, because a lot of people like to fall to sleep to this, to chill, to relax, and that's kind of counter to what I have a lot of people pop into channel for. Like, it's a good gimmick, especially if you're like a horror streamer or someone who goes in that area. Like, by all means, it's good. It's just not well aligned for the content I provide. But what if it's a picture of a zombie at the door? I mean, for the sound or just for the jump scare thing? I don't want to go like actual proper horror on anything, because again, the whole thing in the channel is we're not a horror channel. We're not that kind of thing. I've actually deliberately tried to distance myself from Project Zomboid because like it just became too much of an expectation of that's the content we provide, and I'm not like, I play Project Zomboid sometimes, but that's not what the channel is. And I also don't want to lean into zombies, because I'm actually, like, zombies are a perfectly fine enemy for me. But, I'm not, like, super into zombies either. They're just generic enemy number 5. So that's fine. Like, they're a perfectly serviceable enemy. But, I don't want to lean in more and more where people constantly want me to play zombie stuff. Because I enjoy Project Zomboid, I enjoy State of Decay too. But then we keep getting suggestions for like more proper horror zombie stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's really just not what I play. So I don't want to encourage something that is not actually what I'm into. All right, so we do have everyone patched up. We're getting the elephants all patched up. But yeah, so like having the crab like pop out with a knife or something, that could be funny and silly. Like that could be, you know, a jump scare that's also silly. Like, we won't have some, like, again, like, big violin screech or something like that. But your zombie killing machine? That's fine. I also play a lot of RimWorld. I also done Raft. I've also done many other games. Like, if we're talking, like, raw time, then, Path of Exile would be the big one. Not for the channel, but for me playtime. We'd also have, like, EVE Online. Back when I used to play that. I don't anymore. I haven't played in ages. Elite Dangerous would be way up there. You'll actually notice I have a lot more simulation kind of stuff, or that, or like action RPG stuff than this. I do lots of City Builder Settlement Builders. okay, that's fine. In a lot of oh, right. They smashed the door and they didn't get it fixed. Because we haven't had a chance yet. Please patch that door up right away. I need at least enough time to react when something attacks me. But yeah, no, it was genuinely a thing that I felt almost kind of cornered with Project Zomboid because there's no games that are remotely like it. So you couldn't really pivot into anything else. I mean, we have Humanit Z, which doesn't run on my computer. It would just not work. So I ended up having to refund that one. But like they had a bug on their end that was like a known bug. I still haven't heard of it being fixed, but I haven't checked back. Moonwitch is now an adult. Let's see. What I realize is working with personal data is a major part of being undisclosed just because people are honest and or lazy. Even the big international companies can collect and leak all the data they have. Every time I think about this, I want to believe there's like 99.9% good people in the world. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Like, it is one of the things that for when we've given talks about like how to secure data and all that kind of thing, one of the first lessons we would usually give people around a lot of that is the most important step of making sure you're actually doing right by people with their data is don't collect it in the first place. Ooh, industrious. Like, don't get me wrong, Undergrounder is good, but ooh, industrious. Working 1/3 faster? Yes, please. Alright, so you can now Warden. We'll have that as a lower priority. Yeah, we'll leave that. Ichitanma is mostly going to Warden. Okay, so Moon is an adult. So let's change your schedule. So now you have that and that. So now I've got someone who's going to be dedicated for just growing things and cooking again. That hopefully will ultimately lead to Ichitenma having more schedule to be able to do research since that's been lagging so far behind. But yeah, generally you find like even companies want to try and do right by the data, but they have this whole weird conflict where one, the collecting of the data is seen as a valuable asset that they can do stuff with, you know, even meaning well doing stuff with, but at the same time there's a risk, and the issue is a lot of companies fail to recognize the risk there is in collecting data. So we're not talking about like legal consequences risk, we're talking about actually potentially causing unintended harm. The number says, in my company you had to download the data from my personal PC and send it to the other office department. Okay. But it's like one of those things that's actually one of the things that's scary about a lot of social media websites is, and Google for that matter, is their entire thing is they're trying to collect as big of a profile about you to advertise, and it's really easy for that over collection to get really into a bad place. That you start realizing just how much they have, that people can kind of figure out exactly where you live, every one of your interests and all that, which, you know, people are like, oh, well, I'm a public record. It's fine. But you don't realize how much damage people can actually do with that kind of information. So it's one of those things just to be very deliberate on what you do and do not provide on platforms like that. Alright, so we got another bonded elephant, Skyrocket. Cool. Like when Target started advertising baby products to people before they knew they were pregnant? Uh-huh, that's a famous one. That the algorithms that Target started doing, that they actually were better, they were more accurate figuring out when people were pregnant than their own figuring outs. Because up here you have, PIPEDA, Personal Information Protection Electronics Device Act, laws, but it's another story for companies who adhere to them. Yep. Your password should not include anything personal. Agreed. Generally, the best passwords you can have is come up with a set of, like, unrelated words with spaces and everything in them, and then have some type of, like, alteration to it, whether it's, you know, whether you want to change like a letter or a number or whatever to be something else. And the reason why you can do that is because they're completely unrelated things with some characters changed. Yeah, correct horse battery stapler. Yep. and then add like a number, or a punctuation somewhere in there or something like that. Because then if someone's trying to brute force it, you have special characters and an extremely long password. If people try and do, there's types of dictionary attacks where they take the full words. Because you've also altered some of the characters, it also doesn't work with that. And there's strategies they can still get around that by exploiting vulnerabilities in the encryption of passwords and that itself. But that's getting to the point of attacking the system, so it's at least not your password that's the weak spot. Most of the time, they're just going to figure it, like, you're going to leave your password somewhere, they're going to figure it out, or you'll reuse your password in a bunch of places, and one of those places gets compromised, it doesn't secure it correctly, and they get it. So also don't repeat your passwords. Another good thing to do is just use a password manager. Just use a password to say randomly generated password. Doesn't matter how big it is, like 64 characters, you're just going to use a password manager, so who cares? Alright, so I got a bunch of rhinos in here in my perimeter, and they're eating my plants again. Which is annoying. We got the silver down here. We got steel over there. Yeah, so you're moving a bit slow right now because you're about to have another kid. So, construction is going to fall way behind. The good news is while my traps are falling behind, at least I've got an army of elephants now. Pretty soon we're going to start knocking the elephant population back down kind of thing. You notice I've had a notepad full of logins and random passwords just on my desk for like 15 years. Had no problem with that. Yeah, it is a thing to be careful about people potentially getting a hold of that, because then they get everything. Because that's they were selling these like password books, and it's like okay, that's fine as long as no one ever gets access to it. But if anyone ever gets access to it, you're super hosed. Because it also means you probably don't know your own passwords either, which means that they get a hold of that book, you getting your information back becomes even worse. And I get it, you're saying a notepad file on your hard drive. Yeah. I mean, that'd be if they got a compromise on your computer, and that certainly is something, because they'd have to figure out where it is. But the point is more, don't reuse your passwords. Ideally, you want, if you do store your passwords, it to have some form of encryption to it, whether it's like a formal encryption or your own thing, that someone just looking at your passwords is not plain text, they can just grab it real easy. Climate adjuster. Alright. So, you're going to... So, I'm not going to activate anything nearby. I only have 3 adults and kids. So I don't want to really caravan to attack something if I have to. The sub-persona core would be nice if I actually had something to use it with. Alright. Because you got offline backups. If someone gets your PC offline, chances are high. I can't do anything about it anyways. Yeah. I mean, it's all risk management. Deciding, okay, what are the likelihoods of a compromise and what are the severities of the compromise? There are times you can have it so it's extremely unlikely you'll be compromised, but if they do, you're completely hosed. You can also have it where it's more likely you get compromised, but if they do, they barely get access to anything and everything in between. But it's all just like risk management decisions. Like everyone has to kind of decide what they are and are not comfortable with. Did I set you to 0? I don't want the dromedaries. I was like, why do I have dromedaries? Get out of here. Okay. And you have, because it's 13 you age up? So you're getting pretty close to aging up. You are actually about to age up again. So that's all good. You're about to have the next kid in the batch. As you were taught early in your army career that there is basically a sliding scale security to accessibility. Sure, you can make a password 256 characters long, but good luck using and remembering it. Yeah, it is. Security and convenience quite often are a slider. It's not always like that. Sometimes there is just stuff you can add security with no real cost of convenience. And there's sometimes you can add convenience with no real cost of security, but by and large, most of the time, I would agree with the assessment that generally speaking goes that. Number says, I read some article at Microsoft or someone about changing passwords 6 months is no good. Correct. It is not actually a good policy, which is a policy in a lot of companies. Yeah, no, it used to be the recommendation, but then they kind of came to the realization of what actually happens when you have those policies is people will start having a password pattern. So they'll say, like, obviously there's going to be a real password, but like, password 2022, and then the year changes. Password 2023, and then the year changes. Password 2024, which doesn't really give you any additional security because you take one glance and you go, I understand the pattern. And so now I've compromised all your passwords going forward, because then when you change your pattern after you get compromised, you change it to the next iteration. And I already know the answer. So it's just one of those things. And that people would end up having to reset their passwords more and more, which makes them more and more likely to choose simple passwords that are easier to crack, easier to break. Yeah, never reuse a password change simply. Like, I generally speak, if people don't want to deal with the passwords, get a password manager. It doesn't matter which one. LastPass, 1Password, all that. Like, even LastPassword, where it had a big compromise about a year and a half ago or whatever it is now, even with that compromise, it's going to take them so long to crack all those passwords and all that. You would just redo your passwords. It's a huge inconvenience and all that, but it doesn't really matter. Sorry. Because you're going to end up keeping better passwords to start with. Like that, but you can become more susceptible to having your password socially engineered. Hi, this is IT. Please let us know if your password is not attached. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Chrome and, I don't know about Firefox, because I haven't used it in ages, but both Chrome and Edge do have password managers built in them. They're not bad. I generally have been happier with the third party. Again, the ones I've used are LastPass and Password 1. Is it Password 1 or 1Password? I always forget. 1Password. I've been very happy. I used to use LastPass almost exclusively. Then I took a job where part of the company used one and part of the company used the other. And then after LastPass had the breach, the way it was in the technical aspect, I was perfectly fine with. They got bit by effectively a 0-day. And that, you know, it is what it is. That happens. For me, it was the fact that they tried to kind of hide that it had occurred. That was very a non-starter for me. That I was like, I cannot count a company who will not reveal, hey, there was a problem, and do all that. Yeah, Bitwarden. Yeah, and that's. Do we literally have two come down at the same time? Look, I'm gonna need you to stop raining people on me for a moment. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, at the moment, the way they handled it was unprofessional. Like, it is... And there's also a lot of places that's law that once you become aware of a data breach on your systems, that you are required within a certain amount of time to let people know that you've suffered a data breach. And they kind of skated the line on a lot of that. That they were trying to, like, push for, like, technical, not loopholes, but to sneak it by a little bit longer than they should be able to. Why'd you put it there? I have a hospital up here. And you also didn't bandage them. You just tossed them in the bed. Okay. Well done, I guess. I was like, why didn't you carry to them a hospital? Right here, which has the medicine in it, because it's the hospital. I also just realized I need to have a light in here. That's kind of the whole point of the hospital, is to be the medical place you take people who are injured. That person's also going to be here for a long time. That's the same pawn that just killed your entire run. Neat. It's like, you actually been in that spot where it was the subcontractor's fault we had to shoulder? And yes, there are rules once the breach is discovered. Yep. Oh yeah, and it's like, and also any time that the security breach happens, they're like, oh, it was the intern, or oh, it was the junior, or whatever. As someone who has worked in both IT and dev, to me that goes, oh, it was our policies as a company as to why a junior or intern has access to critical systems that they can then unintentionally breach everything. Like the classic, don't give your interns access to production without having like one of your more seasoned people as kind of the person running interference. Growth moment for Sentient Cookie. Oh right, you're the kid. All right. Why are you giving me nothing but terrible stuff? We'll go with Gourmand. That's all bad news. Like we have a person who's already doing cooking, so I don't really need a second one. But on my options here, I mean, we can lean in on that. I'm gonna go with that, because I'm hoping my other character gets construction. But that way they can be a cook, potentially. Or that. So you're at cooking 4. And we might make him a researcher later. You need a school so kids can have better traits and such. Yeah, the problem is I need complex furniture. We're getting no research done on a real level. Alright, we're gonna deprioritize growing for you for a little while so you actually get some research done. We'll have you help with that. Even LTT got breached recently. Oh, Linus Tech Tips, yeah. I always gotta watch the abbreviations, cause then I have to turn around and ask what the abbreviation is. They would like me to purchase 770 elephant leather. Do I actually have that? Because if I have that, I'm willing to send a caravan to drop that off. I do not have that. I don't have even remotely any of that. So you're basically saying, I need you to slaughter all of your elephants to fill this quest. Which, honestly, 47 standings is really good for one thing. But I also am not killing all my elephants since they're my defense. No, the boards and desks should be in furniture. Yeah, but it's complex furniture. You have to unlock it. That requires the complex furniture research. Gotta have this. Okay, see like the baby decorations. The blackboard is down here. The school desk is down there. So it's not automatic like right from the beginning. And that's the thing, is we've been dragging really badly on our research because just lack of people. So Rhetorical should be having the new kid pretty much any time now. You know, get that going. I really need Lime when they grow up to get construction. Like that's the next thing I need, is the next tier. I really want you to get construction. Because right now, Rhetorical is spread too thin between trying to do the handling and the construction and the mining. And while Lime's taken over most of the mining for the time being, it's been a struggle. Oh, I forgot, we also got Lime to where Lime can craft. So we actually are cutting block. I totally forgot we even had that going. Okay. So it looks like Slate is what we had the most of. So as these get broken, let's start switching them over. Tynan usually doesn't disclose that. Do you know if there's going to be a new DLC for this game? He just drops it. Yeah, it's heavily implied that there's probably going to be a new DLC, but nothing's been announced. And even then, if there is, we have no idea what it is. My hope is there will be one, and that they will basically completely revisiting caravanning, how it works as a mechanic in the game. I would like that. Like, take caravanning and do a very significant rework on it. Because it's fine when you're doing caravanning with small numbers. With large numbers, you could get in this endless cycle where they'll never actually leave your map. I actually had one time we went to caravan, I think it's like 10 or 12 people, and I think it took us 7 or 8 days before they actually caravanned away. Because, you know, people have tricks to, like, help it along when they send one person. I'm like, no, let's just see, you know, someone who doesn't know all these tricks, they haven't pulled up some guide or wiki, they're using the mechanic as it is in the game. How does this work out for them? And needless to say, we just got in this rotation of everyone breaking because they were getting no recreation because they were all waiting to caravan off the map and just going through a cycle they would never actually leave. I kind of feel like they need to almost fudge the numbers and how things work when you're caravanning, so when you choose to caravan off the map, that a lot of their needs are effectively suppressed just until they do the caravan. Like set up the caravan. Once they're out, that's one thing. And there's problems with that there as well, where they cannot recreation while traveling. So if you travel any distance, it automatically becomes a problem. I feel like there should be things you can bring with you to like temporarily recreation. You know, like that. And that's like the secondary. The big thing is getting your people to leave the map. What's my favorite DLC? It's a toss-up between ideology and biotech. I think, honestly, I might lean more towards ideology, but both are very excellent. I do know for a fact that royalty is my least favorite. Because to me, it doesn't add that much in the way of interesting systems. And I actually really don't like the royalty mechanic that much. It's different, it's neat, but it's just not my jam. I like the weapons you get from royalty. The psychic powers also was kind of a weird thing to me, because to me, RimWorld is more like sci-fi western nonsense than Warhammer 40k. So when we get all the psychic powers, that was kind of head scratcher. Where it's like this doesn't fit my headcanon. But that's a me problem there. I mean, the other thing would be letting you tell them to casually prepare for the caravan, in which case they only prioritize the caravan job but follow their normal schedule, etc. Plus the royalty is annoying with the mech clusters. I thought mech clusters existed before royalty. I honestly don't remember. It's been so long. I know the mechs existed before royalty. Because you'd still have like the centipede show up on the edge of your map. Did they add it where they would drop pod in, the mech clusters? I know they had the breach stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty... Yeah, I thought mech drops were before royalty. I'm pretty sure they're before that. Mechs did, but they just dropped in, not building stuff. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Honestly, the mech clusters, once you get EMP, to me, aren't that bad. Like, that's the problem we've had the last couple runs when I was struggling with mech clusters, is our research just wasn't there, and I did not have EMP or other things to deal with them. Or, like, the smoke grenade launcher to use smoke as cover to run for them. That kind of nonsense. Mech clusters are even in vanilla? They're just very basic one? You mean chips? Oh, like the mech ship chunk would drop. Yeah, so you just didn't have the thing where it drop in and have like the things. Like the turrets and all that. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, those mech clusters have killed many a run for me. They're one of the more like, of the random events you run into, they're one of the most dangerous ones in my book. Alright. Yeah, so Rhetorical is basically full-time handler now, so we do have to get someone else in. Are you old enough to try and do construction anyway? So, yeah, you're just going to do construction anyway, Limes. That's just what's going to happen. Because right now, construction's just not happening anymore. Because Rhetorical is now full-time animal care person. Which I'm okay with. They're my army for dealing with my problems, so if we do get our mech cluster, I can just send in the elephants. But it is an issue. Alright, and Tomb should be getting here pretty much any time now. Nope, and baby time. So again, 89% chance of healthy baby. Yeah, so last time where we lost the kid, it was a 3% chance. And we just rolled poorly. That happens. Anything that's a percent chance, even if it's 0.001, it's not 0. Which means it's still a chance. And we don't have like sterile tiles or any of the other things to improve our odds. So just gotta make it the best we can. Okay. Healthy baby. Alright, so let's go up here and draw. And the brand new healthy baby is Tulpanzer. We want sterile dirt. Just burns all the dirt constantly. Oh, I see what happened. I understand why they're taking him to that room. I was like, why are they taking them over there? They kept bringing the, disease flu on Moonwitch. Not cool game. Alright, chat. Sounds like Tombstone, so I'm going to quickly go ahead and put up words on stream for a couple minutes. While I go... Actually, I'll put up with a regular way, like the clips thing, because this one might not be as long of a break. So let me go ahead and do that, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again, and I'll be right back. Bentley, be ready to get the heck out of Dodge. Because everyone else is expendable. If Bentley goes down, the run ends. That is not good. Bentley, keep running, buddy. Yeah, we just killed our run. Because mechs never leave. Yep, when they broke the door, that kind of just screwed us. Because, I mean, I should have dropped back here and bottlenecked them there. It's too little too late now. They're fully surrounded. Oh, well. This run has been taking way too long to do anything anyways, so I'm not super upset that it's ending. Been a long time coming. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there.
Godslayer, good day.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I need right now. Yeah, we can totally take that. That is absolutely something we can handle right now. We take like 3 deaths in a tier 1 map. And it's like, how do you feel about Chimera? Chimera is exactly what you need in your life right now. Sink or swim. That's... I think it is actually only 2 or 3 zombies on the outside. The inside, that is sheer terror on the inside. Oh my god. Holy hell. Yeah, I completely retract my statement that I was like, I don't think there's 30,000 zombies in there by the numbers I'm seeing. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. I don't have anywhere that needs power generation right now. Take that back, I do. Well, that's a game over. And 3, 2, 1, it'll be fine. Hey, you're finally awake. Yep, they got me by the border. Well, I can't actually get out of the hole. I'm having to unstuck myself. Oh, that's honestly pretty underwhelming if I'm gonna be honest here. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. As well as 556, the big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare that variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. Okay, chat. I have successfully acquired food. Alright, so with that, let's see. HE double hockey sticks. Congratulations on escaping. I'm missing something. I feel like should randomize the baby's name when they're born, because otherwise the real first names are all baby. Well, that's just the way we look at it. Every baby is just called baby, and then we give it a nickname. The legal documents, which we absolutely write up on the rim, because you need this to be official and well documented. We just name them all baby. It's just easier that way. But of course we nickname them, because otherwise you'd be walking around going baby, 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 and then people would question why you're singing terrible music. I actually don't have an opinion on the music. I actually don't know the lyrics to that song, and beyond it has baby 3 times in it. Alright, so with that said, we're at the, I am getting distracted by like 10 different places. We're at the point in the stream that we're going to go ahead and put up the poll. For those who don't know what ends up happening during the stream, what are we... I was about to type watching now. What are we doing now? Because what I'll end up doing is... I'm trying to find things. I have too many things open over top of other things that I can't see. Alright, there we go. 2013 called it once its joke back. Was that 2013? Am I feeling old now? Because Yeah, more distractions. So what I'm thinking is we're going to go ahead and put up the poll for a couple different games, because for those who don't know, I do end up having my stream is 11 hours long. As such, I do actually try to play 2 different games most streams. Like the last couple streams we did do RimWorld like the whole way through. For some, we did Project Zomboid, that kind of thing. But, you know, it's just something to keep things interesting and all that. We do pop back and forth. You'd like to vote for words on stream? Yeah, no, I debated the words on stream, but like Tuma's already up here with the food and everything, so it's like, okay, but like I only need like 2 seconds to do this. Alright. So let's come up with a couple more games to put on the list. I've got Project Zomboid, Farming Simulator 22, American Truck Simulator are all on their list. I got spots for 2 more games. You could eat while we do words on stream? Yeah. One of the things I'm getting conscious about with words on stream is sometimes that could drag on for like 15 minutes plus, which is fine. But
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Iggy Mate.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Iggy Mate. Iggy Mate, you now have some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So I do hope you enjoy those emotes whether you like them or not. And thank you again, Darth Strider, for the continued support. But it is one of those things that, like, I've gotten a little conscious that I've done words on stream and we'll have 4 people participating for the whole thing. And it's like 15-20 minutes long and you're like, okay, that is a little worrisome. It'll even be like days that we have very active things, and I get it, like lots of people lurk. Like the channel it's like 75-80% of people lurk, which is pretty typical for Twitch, is to have a very heavy lurker presence, which is awesome. But at the same time, if only 4 people are participating in it, you're kind of going, is this really what I should be doing? All right, so like I said, I've got American Truck Simulator, I've got Farming Simulator 22, I've got Project Zomboid on the list for possibilities. I'm trying to come up with 2 other ones, maybe Power Wash Simulator. I haven't done that in forever. Power Wash Simulator, just to try and have some different games there. I mean, a lot of them are all sim games, but that's fine. I'm hesitant to do Starfield, just admittedly. I know we've talked about potentially doing it at some point, but first-person shooters have not done well on the channel. Like, there's not been a single exception to that. They've not done well. And games that have are big story kind of games have not done well either. Now, we did have a pretty, like, the 2 streams we did do with Starfield were okay, which is early on, just goofing off kind of stuff that we had a lot of people tune up because I was deliberately avoiding the story. The next time I play it, I would definitely do the story. But I'm very hesitant to even start it just because that trend has been consisting. Because it's one of those things. I primarily play like simulation, city builder, settlement builder, roguelike, roguelites, survival, those kind of games. And it's like, there's all of that, and then Starfield's over here. It's a good game. Like, I like the game. I've played a lot of the game. But it seems misaligned for the channel. And I really like City Skylines, which is a good game, and I would love to play it, but it hard crashes my entire computer, and now I just can't trust streaming it at all. Because I can't afford to have the stream hard crash. It's just too damaging for the channel's numbers. I keep putting Dave the Diver on here going back and forth. And the only reason with the Dave the Diver going back and forth is I have finished the main story of the game, and I don't think I want to do a brand new playthrough, but more just continuation achievement hunting. And I've had sometimes that does okay in the channel, and sometimes people are very not into the achievement hunting kind of stuff. But I am waffling at what to play. Yeah, still no updates on, say, Skylines 2. Right, and it's also one of those things that it wasn't... Like, if it was consistently crashing, like you boot up in 15 minutes it crashes, that's easy to troubleshoot. But we had times that go almost 6 hours, 8 hours before it crashed. And that means it's very hard for me to troubleshoot. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put Dave the Diver on there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this poll started, because otherwise it'll never get started. So what we've got on our list for today is we've got American Truck Simulator, which is chill truck driving time. Very relaxing. It's really good for us having conversations in chat, because it's not like I have to super focus on things. And if you wreck your car, or like you wreck your truck, it's not the end of the world. We've got Farming Simulator 22. which is another one that's kind of like chill, relaxed chat time where we have a farm built on this like hilly area with all these trees. We've been cutting down the trees and clearing it for farm. We just keep doing that. We've been making really good progress on our third field that we'll have cleared. We've got Project Zomboid. If we do Project Zomboid, I'll probably do a second poll to see what we're doing in it. If we're just continuing our run on Venus, or maybe one or two options for something else like Curse CDDA or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, I've heard secondhand that it has to do with saving as well as what's causing the crashes in City Skylines 2. So I'm actually making things worse on myself by having it autosave aggressively, but because it crashes, I need it to autosave aggressively, so I lose less progress. Hence the problem. And in Power Wash Simulator, that's another chill one where you go to areas that are totally scuzzed up and disgusting in every imaginable way, and you go in a pressure washer and you make them not scuzzed up, and it's very cathartic, but also good conversation time. And then Dave the Diver kind of has two different phases to the game. There's one where you go down, you dive, you catch fish, that kind of thing. And another where you run a sushi shop that's like a very simplified or streamlined plate up kind of mechanic. That said, with Dave the Diver, more than likely I would fully expect we're just going to continue my existing save, which has finished the main story, and we're going to achievement hunt if we do that one. And that's because to play through the whole story again would take several streams, and I don't think that's something I want to jump into and do like a whole nother playthrough. I think honestly, if I was to circle back to a game to redo a full playthrough on the channel that I haven't done in a while, it might be Hard Space Shipbreaker. I could see doing Hard Space Shipbreaker permadeath just to see how it goes. Because we did that before and it went very well on the channel. And that was, I think, right at their like 1.0 release or whatever, where they like, you said like kind of like it's done. But I could see circling back and doing a permadeath run of that, which means realistically I'll have to do all those things where I mean, realistic what will happen is I'll get to where I have to like go into the end of like into the engine and pull the lever. I just won't do it. I'll just bail out. Holy crap. Moon's cooking has skyrocketed? Oh yeah. When you have multiple passions? Oh yeah. Like 100%. Right now we have Farming Simulator at 6 votes, Project Zomboid at 5 votes, Power Washing with 5 votes, Dave the Diver with 3, and absolutely no love whatsoever for American Truck Simulator. Not even getting a pity vote. Poor American Truck Simulator. There we go, someone gave it the pity vote. Now goes over decreasing the cost of winning Twitch, being like, I won't be baited. Now as a reminder with this, and you're gonna have to like learn the lesson, is unless you're like 20-30 votes ahead, you're nowhere near safe. Because we have people all the time will be like, okay, we've definitely solidified this, I'm like 8 votes ahead out of 20 votes or whatever, and then just someone snipes it. Darkstrider immediately increasing the cost of winning Twitch on El Goso, undoing all that progress and then some. Choosing violence. Okay. Yeah, I thought giving a pity vote to Dave the Diver. I mean, Dave the Diver's got, got a couple things going on. All right, so we're sitting at 15 votes for Project Zomboid. So someone is very slowly adding 1 vote at a time to Project Zomboid. But people could easily take it for Power Wash Simulator by burning some points, or Farming Simulator. There's a full minute left. If someone, well, 45 seconds left. If you go mash that button, you can make that happen. You're just waiting for the same in Project Zomboid, but not necessarily for now. Oh, someone's mashing Project Zomboid. They're like, no, I am getting this. Got a couple going for Farming Simulator. A couple little votes sneaking in there. We'll see when it next refreshes. It usually takes a second. Ooh, Farming Simulator getting some more votes. You may have been too little too late. Let's see what happens if you can actually make it happen. There is a delay on a lot of this stuff, so... Yeah, I think it was just too little too late for whoever's trying to make Farming Simulator happen. You had to jump on that like at the full minute marker. You were just not going to make it. So we have had Project Zomboid win. They did the correct decision of the moment it hit like a minute, they started going ahead and tossing in extra votes just to secure their position. So what we're going to go ahead and do from there is let me go ahead and get stuff flipped over. So what I need to do is I'm gonna have to go through all the platforms and switch all the things. So bear with me. This takes a minute. So for those, I should have said this earlier, but on YouTube, goodbye YouTube, because what we're gonna need to do